is a special, a beautiful country, whether it's the stunning cliffs of Moher in the west of the country or Trinity College right here in Dublin. The poet W.B. Yeats said that education is not the filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. And there's going to be some fire inside the Three Arena tonight as the Bellator cage returns to Dublin with our main event for the middleweight title as the man of many nicknames, Johnny Eblen, defends against Birmingham's fired up Fabian Edwards. And we've got a stacked main card as well. Aaron Pico and Pedro Carvalho. Sinead Kavanagh and Sarah Collins. What a clash of styles that one's going to be. Mads Burnell and Daniel Weichler. A lot of talk about that too. And a real potential barn burner. Sabah Hamasi and Levan Chokri. Cannot wait for that main card. We've got great prelims coming up for you as well. And to kick off the prelims, we have the very, very experienced Chiara Penco against Mackenzie Stiller in only her second pro fight. She is a submission artist, so you know who's going to want to do what in our opening fight of the evening.
And the tail of the tape will show you the experience of Penco. Will she be able to use that to her advantage against Stiller and get the win tonight? We're going to find out.
Let's get, for the first time this evening, to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome inside Three Arena here in Dublin, Ireland, as we get set now for the prelims at Bellator 299, where we'll kick it off now with 3 5-minute rounds in the strawweight division. Introducing the blue corner first, at 5'2", weighing in 115.8 pounds, her professional record 1-0, fighting out of Twin Lakes, Wisconsin, USA, Mackenzie McJudo Stiller. And across the cage, her adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'5", weighing in 115.2 pounds as a professional, 8 victories, 3 defeats, fighting out of Livorno, Italia, presenting Chiara Beastie Barbie Penco. And your referee in charge, Brian Miner.
And so we get underway here with Chiara Penco, Beastie Barbie from Livorno in Italy, up against Mackenzie Stiller. Those blue gloves for Mackenzie. Mac Judo from Twin Lakes, Wisconsin. Already with that one submission win against Maria Henderson. A fight she says she wasn't expected to win, and she says the same about tonight, Josh Thompson. She's the underdog, and she likes being the underdog.
I mean, after her last performance, I don't know how people can consider her the underdog. She is fantastic on the ground. When she gets into that clinch position, she really controls that body awareness and able to get the fight to the ground and start attacking the submissions. And she's aggressive with her submission attacks.
To set those up, though, she said prior to this, she needs to earn the right for that takedown, and she knows how strong Penco is on her feet. Actually lost on her Bellator debut, Chiara Penco, against Danny Nyland, now McCormick, and then she's won 4 in a row. Good right hand to the body there from Beastie Barbie. I always think one of the great nicknames. You got one of those too when you fought, but right now Beastie Barbie's pretty good, I think.
I like what Stiller's doing right now. Is what she's doing is she's not just chasing the takedowns, not trying to force her way into the clinch. She's doing a great job of trying to bring Penco out, start throwing more combinations. That'll make it easier to get into the clinch.
That's just where she wants to be. Lifelong judoka, she describes herself as, Mackenzie Stiller.
We're bringing up a lot with the judo, where she's a black belt in judo, but she's also got top-notch level wrestling, so she can transition them both very well together. If the body lock and the upper body positions for judo, the foot sweeps aren't there, she feels comfortable enough to drop down on the doubles, pick the singles, snatch, pull them away from the fence. She's very well versed in the grappling areas.
Yeah, she won Wisconsin Girls State Wrestling in 2018. Got that great background.
That's more of what Stiller needs to do right there. Really try to put the pressure, make Penco make the mistakes so she can close that distance and get in on the legs or get in on the body lock.
Penco, though, is using that reach advantage pretty well, using that jab. There's the Front kick from Mac Judo, and then a right-hand response from Chiara Penco.
Well, Penco's doing really well. It was that right there. She's keeping Stiller at the end of her punches, throwing the combination, and then finishing with a kick, and then circling off, not standing directly in front of Stiller.
Good left hook there as well from Chiara Penco. Record of 8-3, 4-1 in the Bellator cage.
Very nice. Straight right to the body and then came back up top to the head.
Really smart, creative combinations from Chiara Penco.
Penco's known for her combinations. She'll throw punches in bunches, finish with a kick just like that, but you've got to be very careful when you guys are both still dry when you're fighting a grappler, because she's got to make sure that she's able to kind of slip out of these positions, so she overcommits on the striking. 2- and 3-punch combinations, she can find herself in the clinch position and then potentially on her back.
Well, Mackenzie Stiller said she's here to take over, and we should expect tonight complete and utter dominance from her. We certainly haven't seen that. But of course, there's still so much time. Now she tries to close the gap, but again, Penco uses her feet neatly.
2 steps back and then circled out to her right. Very nicely done. She saw, I think, in the peripheral, she saw the fence and coming up on her back foot, and she circled out to the right.
She holds that guard loose and a little low, but allows her to move and look at Stiller. And again, she used the feet to get out of any sense of that clinch.
Look at the side of that leg, though, right there on Stiller. Those leg kicks are having an effect.
There's another really accurate again. She's got something to target now as well.
I don't want to say there's a sense of urgency, but the round is very close. I got Penco slightly ahead from the combinations, the punches landed, but Stiller with a good takedown, maybe a submission threat in this last 30 seconds can make a difference.
Good right hand, though, from Chiara Penco as we move into those final 30 seconds. Little smile on the face here of Beastie Barbie.
I just saw that. It's that's when you realize you're out there having fun. You see everything coming. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel comfortable out there.
She's looked fairly loose and fairly comfortable. It's a good right hand followed by a kick, and I hesitate to use the word certainly, but it feels like it's sealed it around. Gonna have to be a sense of urgency in that Mackenzie Stiller camp. Take a look at some replays from that opening round, Josh.
Nice job by Stiller with the combination. What she did is she kind of feinted like she was going to come in with the kick and then came back over the top with the right hand. And that check left hook was beautifully done by Penco. And then when she starts, when you see what happens, Stiller throws the combination, she checks the kick, and then she throws a kick of her own, making your opponent pay for when they try to get off on their offense. Very nicely done by Penco in this round.
Long way yet to go, though. Round 2. Chiara Penco of Livorno. Beautiful place in Italy. Those red gloves, having not dominated, but done enough to win the opening round. Livorno, by the way, is the home of Italian anarchy. Place famous for its anarchy, but there's been nothing anarchic at all about this performance. Nice and controlled, and behind that jab again straight away, but now Stiller closing the gap effectively.
Penco with the hesitation on the kick, and that gave Stiller the opportunity to grab it.
For the first time in the fight, they head to the floor.
Penco with that nice top control. I call this the KC guard. See how her right knee is in between Stiller's legs? So it's like that knee cross control. So I have great control. It's hard for Stiller to turn her body to the left or turn her body to the right because she's stuck there.
Penco trying to maneuver into that dominant position. Wants to let her hands go.
There's that judo that played a factor. She grabbed the head. A lot of grapplers were taught not to grab the head. Wrestling, you're taught not to grab the head. Great transitions for her to get to the top, but then Penco muscled her way back over to the top position.
Penco says she's worked a lot on her mindset, such an important part of this sport, and really impressed with her calmness in there.
Go, Cage. Go, Cage.
Watch for Stiller look to try to hit a trip or a foot sweep in this position here. She's got the over. She had the double overs right there. Going to try to elevate her up a little bit, kind of make her light on her toes, and then look to try to inside trip or foot sweep.
Gonna work on her balance there. Trying to disrupt that. Knees there from Penco to try and discourage Stiller.
She's got that head and arm. Look for her to step across the body. Yeah, very nicely done.
There you go, Mac Judo.
This isn't a position that is commonly used in MMA because if you come from a jiu-jitsu background or a wrestling background, you know how easy it is to go to your knees and potentially take their back. But judo players, what they have is they have this ability to control you from this position here and often work for an arm bar or some sort of arm lock in this position. And Stiller does a great job in this head and arm position, keeping her head low so Penco can't bring her legs up over the head and push her back. See how Penco's trying to frame her away? She's trying to get, then Penco's gonna try to put her left leg across the face and then kick her back so she can get to the top position. But judo players are so good at keeping their top pressure. See how she's keeping her chest over the arm. She's keeping her head locked with her hand inside her own thigh. Very nicely done by Stiller.
It was an arm bar. Remember, against Maria Henderson. Penco trying to use the cage there.
Stiller doing a very good job of trying to work on that arm, trying to hit that arm lock, and then if she can't get to there, she'll try to push that arm back across the body or the head and hit the side choke.
Really good work this from Stiller. Trying to grind Chiara Penco down. And it shows as well just how quickly fights can change in this sport. Penco in control almost in that opening round, but look at this now with over a minute still to go in round two.
And that's a long time when you're on bottom, taking shots, trying to find a way out of a position like this.
Uses elbows well too there, Stiller. Good accuracy as well here from that position from Mackenzie Stiller with that left hand.
She's holding her own line with that.
Penco's still trying to use that cage.
What I like what Penco's doing is she's actually taking her hand that's between Stiller's legs and she's locking it inside her own so she can't get armbarred from there. But what that also does is that locks you down in that position. You also can't escape.
It makes you a target a little bit, and that's what Stiller has taken advantage of here. Just over 10 seconds for Penco to survive this position.
What Penco needs to do is she needs to hip escape and belly down and then try to get to her knees to drive into her or try and throw that left leg over the top to try to get the hooks.
Grabbing her own leg with her arm. That's how she's holding on to it. Yeah. All right? Listen, if you get a position...
Nice throw by Stiller with the head and arm takedown. Right to the top position. Look how she's controlling the head and the arm together. Gets a hold of the arm, but what Penco did was a very good job of turning her elbow the opposite way so she couldn't get arm locked. You can see her trying to frame her away to try to get her leg over Stiller's head. She wasn't able to do that. But just like I said, she's holding the inside of her thigh, but that realistically what that's doing is locking her down in place.
So our third and final round, Beastie Barbie, Kiara Penco and Matt Judo, Mackenzie Stiller, and it's up for grabs here, surely. 1-1 going into this final round.
Penco needs to get back to doing what she was doing in the first round. Sticking that jab right there at the chest level, and then also circling out if Stiller starts to put pressure. And then Stiller needs to get back into doing what she did in the second round. Closing that distance, getting into the clinch, looking for the foot sweep or the hip toss, and making a dirty, grimy fight to close that distance just like that.
Yeah, this was always going to be about where this final round happened, and I think we have our answer, Josh.
What Stiller did in the first round was she allowed Penco to get off. She allowed her to stay on the outside, but she also was getting her to engage more in the striking. She wanted to feel the power, feel the speed. In that second round, she threw caution to the wind, got into the clinch, got the hip toss, did the same thing here in the third to start the round. Beautifully done. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to survive now, Penco, or get back up to her feet to get the win.
It's going to have to be the latter, surely. Surviving here isn't going to get her the win. Not from this position. Penco has to find a way against Mackenzie Stiller. She knows it too. There's a sense of urgency about her here.
Watch your arms. Watch your arms.
Dave, how do you think those leg kicks feel? It just looks bad. You don't feel them when you're out there. It's not until you start to walk out of the cage you start feeling it.
I remember the first time we ever worked together, you took me into a hotel bar and pointed at the Ricky Pitbull's legs and said, that's what they can do to you. Years ago in Newcastle. Learn those lessons. It's good work here from Stiller.
Start working.
What you see from there is that Stiller, she's doing a great job. She had the far side underhook, so that right arm is underhooked on Penco's arm. So then that's keeping her locked down in place. You saw Penco try to bridge her over. Well, you can't because my whole upper body is pinned to the mat.
Frame, yeah.
There you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. Be smooth, be smooth.
Punch, 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 punch. Pass. Watch your kick and pass.
Stiller back to her feet.
Ooh, that was very close. That arm is in there.
Don't give up position. Go, go, go. Come on, go.
The arm's not in there, but...
Go, pass, pass. Come on. She's tired now. She's breathing. Let's go.
Nothing sloppy, girl. You know what you're doing.
Nice escape by Stiller to get herself back to the top position.
Let's go.
Yeah, they're telling Stiller not to be sloppy here, to get the job done.
Minute 40.
Approaching the final 90 seconds, surely so far Stiller's done enough to win this final round, but we know how much things can change in a short space of time.
Strike, strike.
Like I said earlier, Stiller has that far side underhook. That right arm is underneath Penco's armpit, and that's what's kind of locking her down and holding her in place.
Don't lose it.
Stiller just about still controlling.
Stop that knee.
Stop that knee. Let's go.
There's that omoplata there.
Come on, you know what to do.
Stiller needs to stand up, get her head up in the air, use her left hand to push her foot off, and try to stand straight up in the air to shake her arm out.
45 seconds.
Looking to turn there.
We got 45 seconds.
Give me some work.
Let's short up. Let's push your face away now.
6 minutes of ground control for Mackenzie Stiller here.
Head in your shot.
Come on, give me some work. Give me some work. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Come on.
Yeah, the words of the corner there, just 30 more seconds, give me that, and surely that's the route to the victory here.
It's a long time when it's been 14 minutes and 30 seconds.
These final 10, 15 seconds will feel like an eternity, but it's been a grind here, and she was behind, but Mackenzie Stiller finding a way surely in rounds 2 and 3 to get a second win of her pro career. So we will go to the cards here. It was impressive the way that first round got away from her, but she stuck to her task here, Josh.
Yeah, she got the double unders elevated. What she did was she made her light on the flip. She kind of elevated her up by putting her hips into her, got her light on her toes, and then made the full transition to whip her over the body. The fence almost got in the way, and this takedown here in this round. Nicely done. What I liked also, too, is that Stiller, she continued to try to get work in there towards the end. Even though she knew there was only 20 seconds left, 40 seconds left, she kept trying to do work. Let the judges know, I'm still trying to finish this fight. Great job after giving up the first round to come back in the second and third and dominate.
Yeah, and to come back so strongly as well. Chiara Penco came into this fight in good form. She knew this would be tough. One of 3 consecutive wins coming into this, but she's more than met her match in rounds 2 and 3 here. I can see that Michael C. Williams is headed back up into the cage. Brian Miner will call the fighters together, and all of that means that we are just about ready. Let's get now to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your 3 judges, Ben Cartledge, Sal D'Amato, Jaron Vallel. All 3 have it the same, 29-28. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Mackenzie McJudo Stiller.
So the win for McJudo, she goes to 2-0. Well, it is a real thrill to be here in Dublin, this rapidly growing atmosphere, alongside Josh Thompson. 1,556 days since we called fights together like this. What fun, to be back together. I'm really enjoying it.
I'm glad that you keep track, because I can't count past 10, so it's good to be back.
I've missed every day. It's great to be back, and what a card we've got. Yes. Both prelims and then this main card should be absolutely terrific. Talk us through this, Josh.
It's going to be a great card. You got Johnny Eblen versus Fabian Edwards. We're going to see if the champ can implement his will over Fabian Edwards, his speed, his movement in that cage. Aaron Pico coming back after the injury. Sure, he's had one fight, but this is a top-level competition tonight against Pedro Cavallo. And then Sinead Kavanaugh against Sarah Collins. Will the stand-up defeat the grappling and the judo? And Maz Burnell with the jiu-jitsu, and someone that he looked up to as a young person, as a young kid, watching Daniel Weichel now fighting him. And of course, the always exciting Sabaho Masi and Levon Chocolate. Going to be a great card tonight.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. More prelim action coming up now, though. We look forward to this. The much talked about Mark Ewen from Scotland, 4-0 coming into this. The same record as Noah Gugnon from France. Don't take your eyes off this one.
And the tail of the tape.
Yeah, looks like this, Josh.
The reach, I think, is going to be the thing, because Ewan's going to have to use that reach on the outside to keep Gugnon on the outside.
Absolutely. We'll hear much more from Josh, but we're going to hear now from Michael C. Williams.
Here at the Bellator 299 prelims, we continue now as we go to the lightweight division, set for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner at 5'8", weighing in 155.6 pounds, making his Bellator debut. He enters undefeated at 4-0 from Spichen, France, presenting Noah Gugnon. Across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 155 pounds even. He too makes his Bellator debut and enters at 4-0 from Falkirk, Scotland, Mark Ewen. In charge, the referee once again, Brian Miner.
Well, we have the Mark Ewen fan club in here behind us. Exciting prospect, but you could say the same about Noah Guns Gugnon. Let's see, can Ewen keep this on the feet? Can he use that striking ability? He says his mindset is his greatest asset. He might just need it here against this powerful Frenchman. Early leg kick there from Gugnon, and then they trade leg kicks. Does have power, Mark Ewen. 3 wins via knockout and 1 via submission. Right hand landed there from Ewen. Both come out very, very quick here.
You can see the relaxation on the feet by Ewen. He's very comfortable on the feet. He understands he's got good takedown defense, athleticism to keep his lateral movement. He's a complete fighter. But Gugnon is very good at getting this fight to the ground, and on the ground, he's very relaxed. From the top position to the bottom position, he can take this thing anywhere. It's on the feet where he's going to have problems with the speed and the athleticism of Ewen.
Looks like the kicks really well there. Ewen kick to the head, then kick to the body. Gugnon trying to respond here. Gugnon's trying to circle and have a look here, but Ewen is really keeping the pressure up.
What Ewen's doing is he's taking the center of the cage and also pushing Gugnon back to the fence. Putting his back to the fence is taking away some of his weapons.
Good combination there from Ewen, and he only just missed with that right hook. Speed here from Ewen, really light on his feet, and then another kick to the head. Right hook landed that time, followed by the left hand. It's an excellent start this from Ewen. Love the way he's using those feints as well, Josh, really relaxed.
Moving the hands, giving the shoulder feints, kind of switching the hip. Ooh, that was loud.
It was loud, and that was painful, and Gugnon 6. And Ewen instantly apologized and walked away. He knew what he'd done. So Gugnon, of course, will be given time here. And let's have a wincing look at the replay, Josh.
Just right on the tip of the cup. It's not something that's funny, because when you're in there, you can feel it. You feel the cup shift up inside. It just doesn't feel good.
Well, they call in certain parts of the world a kick in the unmentionables. Gugnon is feeling that. Of course he is, and he's absolutely right to take this time. He's going to need it, and he can take every single second here to get himself back on track, as it were. In a strange way, the fighter it's going to affect will be Ewen, who was the one in a nice rhythm and starting to land good shots and put Gugnon under pressure.
Sure.
I'm not going to be the one to tell Gugnon, but they have done him some good.
Yep.
Won't feel like it right now.
Okay.
Let's see.
That's a warning, okay?
A warning there from Brian Miner, but we get back underway. Using those kicks to the body really well, but Gugnon gets the takedown.
Nicely done, nicely timed. You see where Gugnon's gonna have to really get busy in terms of just smashing the weight on him, keeping his Ewen's legs together, and then try to work around passing the guard, get to that top position.
Elbow there, Gugnon, that was thrown with bad intentions. Ewen corner telling him to elbow the head, and he responded well to try and discourage Gugnon here.
I've watched a lot of film on Gugnon. He's done a lot of jiu-jitsu tournaments, grappling tournaments. He's got fluid transitions from the wrestling into the grappling. He's great at coming underneath and attacking on the leg locks as well. So if he looks to start to lose position, look for him to maybe jump guillotine or try to jump to a leg lock.
Use that up kick to get up, and then a dangerous position for a moment there. To where Ewen wants to be. Switching a lot here as well. In terms of that stance, Ewen. In both hands, there's the right.
Ewen throwing the ones and the twos. He's got to follow up with the 3 and the 4 because they're there to land. I think he's still kind of concerned a little bit about the takedown.
Twice he's looked for that right uppercut, Ewen. He feels that's on here. There's a right hook from Ewen. That did land, and Gugnon moves backwards here. That hurt him, just stung him anyway. And Ewen following up with the elbow. Much more destructive work there from Ewen.
Ewen's doing a great job
again here.
He's doing a great job of smothering his space, keeping his distance, landing those clean shots. Staying patient, keeping him right there at range. Nicely done.
Darted under that left hook. And lands a big left hand of his own there. What a good opening round that is. Terrific action.
Colle-toi contre la grille. Colle-toi contre là. Tu peux trop faire la bagarre. Tu peux trop faire la bagarre.
Nice job by Ewen, keeping that distance, keeping him right at the end of the punches, not rushing in and leaving his defense down. I like what he's doing with his kicks. He's utilizing those kicks to set up his hands and then using his hands to set up his kicks. But Gugnon, what he did was great when he was pushing the pace. When he got in the pocket and let his hands go and then drop down on the doubles, was nicely done. Ewen, though, never settling on bottom. This is a little bit of, if you guys are watching later on tonight, when you guys are watching, Fabian Edwards needs to be active like that from his back if he does get taken down.
Round two.
When you see a series of up kicks like that in the Bellator cage, you think Fabian Edwards. In Birmingham against Falco Neto, left hook there from Gugnon. Can't take your eyes off this one. Mark on that left cheek of Ewen. Tattoo of Africa across his stomach, Mark Ewen. Mark to his Nigerian-born father. A picture of his older brother, Casey, who lost a couple of years ago in desperate circumstances. Accompanies him on the journey, as he says.
Ewen just looks so relaxed out there. Even when he hits the ground on his back, he's so comfortable there, pulling himself back to guard, throwing the up kicks, trying to get back to his feet, doing a great job all the way around in this fight.
Gugnon, corners say voila when he does something right. Fairly flowery French fashion. With a good left hand there from Ewen.
Nice tip kick.
Yeah, Ewen was less convinced by that one. Become the pantomime villain here.
It looked like it hit right toward the lower abdomen there, but it might have skipped off the tip of the cup before it made contact.
You tell us.
Yeah, it looks like the toes kind of graced the tip of the cup, and then the toes went into the belly after that.
Ready? Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Fight.
Interesting watching Ewen's fighting style. He's so good with his hands. He doesn't actually set much up with that jab. Sort of flicks it and then throws behind it. Right there by Gugnon.
The off balance on the fall.
Yeah, wasn't a solid shot, was it? Good left hand followed by a right hook there from Ewen. those combinations together.
This is what Gugnon had to do in the first round, was take the center of the cage, make Ewen back up. Those foot stabs, they look like they don't hurt, but they do. They have an effect if you're hitting right on the toes or if you're hitting right on the arch of the foot, they start to have an effect.
You see Ewen trying to defend them there, trying to move that left foot. Defending well there, Ewen. Done well to get out of that position. Give him a confidence boost.
These little feints that you see Ewen throwing, those are almost like throwing a jab. So instead of me having to throw everything off of a jab, I give you a feint, make you react, and then I throw my combination off of that. Very nicely done by Ewen.
There's the jab to the body as well, Ewen. Drop those hands, trying to set something up upstairs.
When Gugnon goes first and he dictates the pace of the fight, takes the center here, he's more dominant, and that's common for most fighters. That shot right there hit him, landed clean.
Really good right hand. Now that Gugnon rather desperately looked and tried to find the takedown, that's the sign of a fighter who is still hurt. Can Ewen take advantage? Just looking to keep that half step, keep that distance so he can land something big.
Beautiful knee off that transition, and the body lock comes up top.
Pushes him back with a jab now, then that elbow from Ewen, and again, and he drops Gugnon, and he looks for the finish, and he finds it. That was so impressive. He waited and waited, and he chose the moment. That Josh Thompson was ice cool from Ewen.
Yes, very nicely done. He waited till he clammed up. Just shelled up there and then threw the elbows, went down to the ground and finished it up. Ref side, no choice but to step in.
Means so much. I mentioned the journey for him. And of course, this sport, like no other, has stories that lift the soul, that break the heart. And you're going to learn a lot more about this guy. But let's take a look at where it started.
Well, he started low with the right body hook, boom, and they came right up on top. And then he had hurt him right there, and then he comes off in the break, and they had a couple transitions, and then it went right into the elbows against the fence. As soon as he dropped, ref steps in to stop the fight. Nicely done. That's impressive when you know you have someone hurt. You don't smother it. You don't just punch wildly. What he did was he systematically just touched him, pressed him, created the distance, gave himself enough space to land the vicious elbows and get the finish.
He does a bit of modeling to pay the bills, does Mark Ewen.
He's a good-looking young man. Good-looking young man.
Finish
Great performance.
Pretty as a picture. Let's get now to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 3 minutes, 51 seconds into round number 2. The winner by TKO, still undefeated, Mark Ewen.
We'll watch more of Mark Ewen, and we're going to watch way more prelims coming your way.
From the gym to the streets, Bellator fans head to BellatorShop.com and gear up in the same apparel the fighters wear. Hey Bellator Nation, follow us across a large array of digital platforms and stay up to date on everything you need to know. Like us on the Bellator Facebook page and see exclusive videos. Follow us and get instant updates on Twitter at Bellator MMA and get a chance to have your tweet live on the broadcast. See amazing pictures on Instagram at Bellator MMA. Join Bellator Nation today.
I'm ready for battle, I'm ready to fight. This is my legacy, this is my right.
The Bellator cage has landed.
Fear my roar. I am a soldier. Ready for war. Oh my God! I'm taking what's mine, I'm taking what's mine. Ready to come.
Bellator MMA, Eblin versus Edwards, live today at 4.
So much still to come your way. Let's take another look, though, at this main card. Josh, I want to get your early views, if you like, as this evening develops on our main event. How do you see that right now sitting in your chair,
It's going to come down to who can implement their game plan. Can Johnny Eblen close that distance, fight him in a phone booth, make it a dirty, grimy fight? And can Fabian Edwards stay on the outside, stick and move, and look beautiful on the feet like he normally does?
Have you been practicing saying fighting in a phone booth?
I have a tendency to say that.
So more prelim action coming your way. I had to get that in. It's Sergey Bilostenniy and Kasim Aras. This is going to be a battle of the heavyweights. Another one not to take your eyes off here tonight.
And the tail of the tape. I've got Sergey got to use that height and that reach as well to make sure he can keep Kasim on the edge of his punches. And we're going to see if he can get that done.
And whether they're in a phone booth or a phone book, the man who's going to announce them is Michael C. Williams.
And now here, Bellator 299, we've got heavyweights inside the cage, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. We'll introduce first the blue corner at 5'9", weighing in 253.6 pounds. His professional record, 7 wins, 2 losses. Introducing Kasim Aras. And across the cage, his adversary out of the red corner at 6'1", weighing in 246.2 pounds. As a professional, 10 victories with 3 defeats, presenting Sergey Bilostenniy. And your referee in charge, Blake Rice.
Stay. Here we go. You ready? Ready? Fight!
So for Sergey Bilostenniy here, a chance to put that, call it an unfortunate incident against Tyrell Fortune behind him. He's in those red gloves here and opens up with that outside leg kick against Kasim Aras of Aachen in Germany, but fighting with the flag of Turkey as well. Two fighters who can certainly bang, certainly explosive. Bilostenniy just wants to get back on track here.
Bilostenniy, what he's got to do is stay on the outside, a little bit how Ewen fought. Stick and move on the outside, let the fight develop in front of him, and not rush in or not get overextended, because he will get taken down, and he does not want to be on his back. Look for Aras to really just kind of keep the pressure, try to put Sergey's back to the fence, throw one or two big shots, close that distance, get into the wrestling.
Using that jab well early on. Bilostenniy jab to head and body. Fought in army hand-to-hand fighting. He certainly knows how to fight all right. Good spinning kick there. Trying to use that lightness on his feet here. Heavyweights in for the first time in our prelims, and the noise they make on the cage floor sort of shudders throughout this arena. Aras for the first time. Get inside and throw that right hand.
Look at the trunk on Aras, though. Just the thick legs, thick barrel-chested. Physically just looks like an animal. The Hulk.
You would pick him out of a lineup as a fighter. That is for sure. Close to being low from Bilostenniy, but he landed it.
Bilostenny's just got to try to set up. Beautifully done.
Wonderful spinning kick from Bilostenniy. Now he piles on the pressure, and he finds the finish in the blink of an eye, and he's back on track.
Wow. Those spinning attacks came quick against the body. He set those up with the 2 that went to the body, then came up top to the head. Beautifully done. Just whipped it all the way through. Actually hit more with the heel. I thought he hit more flat-footed against the face, but no, he actually hit with the heel. That was all set up with the first 2 he threw earlier in the round.
What is it you always say? You don't need to throw those kicks with so much force, because if you land them, they're heavy.
Yeah, head kicks, they don't have to land with a lot of force. They just have to get there quickly before your opponent can block. A simple touch of the chin or behind the ear, it doesn't take much when you're landing to the head.
And Aras was hurt. Bilostenniy jumped on him, didn't panic. Didn't rush his work and found that finish, and a big smile on his face. He felt wronged, you know, after what happened in Honolulu. But now that will be behind him. And why not? He's worked hard, and he milks the applause. And of course, the crowd will respond when you entertain them and produce a finish like that. Real highlight reel for Sergey Bilostenniy. And thankfully, Aras, who is one tough guy, just gets a little groggily to his feet. He's okay. And he's going to proudly stand in the center of the cage here and listen to Michael C. Williams just make things official. What a finish that was.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes 2 minutes, 33 seconds into round number 1. The winner by TKO, Sergey Bilostenniy.
If we see a more dramatic finish tonight, we're in for some night. That was great from Sergey Bilostenniy. Well done to him. Now, for the first time this evening, let's get to our Dublin Bellator star. Let's get to the smiling, the one and only Aiden Power.
That sounded like you were going to say stud, and then you changed your mind, perhaps. Dave, good evening. Josh, good evening. Aiden Power here at the fight desk, all alone for the time being, but plenty of friends joining us later on as our card builds and builds here in Dublin. And, of course, it culminates tonight in a middleweight world title showdown between the champion, the undefeated Johnny Eblin, taking on the #1 contender, England's Fabian Edwards. And Johnny Eblin, the human cheat codes or diamond hands or the Korean Canelo or Soldier Boy, well, now it's pressure. And whatever nickname you want to call him, the one thing most people agree on is that the American top team standout, who's riding a 13-fight win streak, is the consensus best middleweight in all of mixed martial arts right now. And he vows to demonstrate that claim tonight by overwhelming Edwards with his pressure. And he said, and I quote, "Edwards is a stuck-up brat, and I'm going to beat his ass." Well, whether he is that or not, Fabian Edwards, as we know, is cool, calm and collected, always is on fight week, and this fight week has been no different despite the enormity of the occasion. He has his chance tonight to join his brother Leon as an MMA world champion, and he backs up that confidence with names and wins on his resume like former champions Lyoto Machida and Gegard Mousasi, and that's earned Fabian some new nicknames, including the Legend Killer to go along with the Assassin. He's also fond of Mr. Hefty Lefty, no, that'd be that one, and Mr. Tasty Shots. So tonight, folks, we have a battle of the nicknames, but more importantly, in our main event, it's a monumental middleweight world title showdown between the unbeaten champion and the #1 contender. It's a while away yet, so let's go back to Dave and Josh for the prelims.
Thanks very much, Adida. He said he's going to be joined by a lot of friends later. I don't believe that, but, you know, it may yet happen. It may yet happen. Josh, a quick word again on that main event tonight. All of the talk between them at the weigh and all of that, how much does that affect the main event?
Yeah, there's been a lot of banter back and forth, which is very uncommon from Johnny Eblin. Fabian's always been a little chirpy, but in this scenario, he seems a little bit more calm. It seems like he's just trying to get under Johnny's skin. He wants to prove to the world that he's not ready to beat him.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. We're building, of course, towards that. But now it's time for tail of the tape between the welterweights, Nico Solli and Romain Debienne. And you've picked out that very clear height difference.
Yeah, the height difference is going to be key. Solli's going to have to keep that distance, keep the range. And if he does get on top, it's going to be hard to get off of him. It's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, it should be absolutely terrific. And let's get them announced. Let's get things ready. Let's get to Michael C. Williams.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here at Bellator 299, we'll go to the welterweight division. We're scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds as we introduce first the blue corner at 5'10", weighing in 170 pounds even. His professional record: 9 wins, 4 losses, from Boulogne-sur-Mer, France, introducing Romain Debienne. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6'2", weighing in 170.6 pounds. As a professional, 4 victories, 1 defeat, fighting out of Dublin, Ireland by way of Bilostenniy, Italia, introducing Nicolo, the Monkey King Solli. And your referee, again in charge, Blake Grice.
All right, gentlemen, let's go.
Well, these two have a recent opponent in common. Nico Solli won his last fight in Bellator Milan against Barama Kamara.
Are you ready?
Romain Debienne was behind, it felt, for much of the fight against Kamara in Paris in May, and then he detonated that right hand, and that's what he tries to set up, Debienne. Solli looking to dominate right from the start. See Debienne looking all ready for that right hand, but he mustn't start throwing too wildly. There's the knee from Solli. What a start this is. They've got right to it.
No filling out process. They understand what's at stake. Both of them are out here to stand and bang.
Oh, the knees buckled there as Solli, and Debienne again. Oh, he lands again, and he finds another incredible finish. Romain Debienne takes a bow in Dublin. That was sensational.
When you know you have power and you can rely on it to be there, all you've got to do is create the opportunity and the moment. And he finds a way to do it every single time he steps in the Bellator cage.
He calls himself Neige, the French word for snow, because his hero watching on tape was the Iceman himself, and he would have been proud of this.
He hit him with a beautiful jab cross just right outside. You got him to sit down a little bit. Then what I liked that he did was he made sure he didn't smother the shots. Closed that distance, kept him right at the end of the punches, landed cleanly. Beautifully done. Nice short work. Nice evening when it's that quick for a fighter.
And when you have that right hand, it's not always going to work, but you know, as you said, Josh, land it like that, and it's going to more often than not be a route to victory. I love the way he did his hair just afterwards as well. He's one cool cat, this guy.
Well, what I loved was that he didn't hit him with the right hand. What he didn't do was load up the right hand again and then throw the right hand again. He went to 1-2, 1-2. So he just kept the pressure on the whole time, landed clean shots. Beautifully done.
When you consider he lost 3 of his first 4 fights, he's really found a way. There's Daniel Warren, who looks after him as well. He'll be thrilled with that. Let's make it official with Michael C.
Ladies and gentlemen, it comes to an end. Just 39 seconds into round number 1. He is the winner by knockout, Romain Debienne.
I think the celebrations are going to start right now from Romain Debienne. He's earned the right as well. Nico Solli will come again. And we have, of course, a host of prelims coming up for you here.
From the gym to the streets, Bellator fans head to BellatorShop.com and gear up in the same apparel the fighters wear.
I'm ready for battle, I'm ready to fight. This is my legacy, this is my right.
The Bellator cage has landed.
Bellator MMA, Eblin versus Edwards, live today at 4.
This is Dublin, Ireland, prelims of Bellator 299, counting down to our five-fight main card, kicking off on Showtime at 4 o'clock Eastern. We open with a banger with the heavy hands of Sabah Homasi and Levon Shokeli, but how will it finish? Will it be and still, or and new, as the middleweight world title is on the line between the undefeated champion, Johnny Eblen, and the #1 contender, Fabian Edwards. Right before that, in our co-main event, it has all the hallmarks and the makings of a featherweight firefight as top 5 contenders. Aaron Pico and Pedro Carvalho collide in Dublin with title aspirations. The #3 ranked Aaron Pico has spent his entire 15-fight pro career with Bellator. From the outset, he's been earmarked for greatness, but there has been bumps on the road, most recently a TKO loss to the #2 ranked Jeremy Kennedy due to his shoulder injury. He bounced back from that in April to beat James Gonzalez, and tonight the goal for the Jackson Wink trained phenom is to embrace the experience of fighting in enemy territory, and when he wins, celebrate his birthday. He turns 27 today. Well, one man who is not here to blow out his birthday candles is Pedro Carvalho. However, he is a big fan of Aaron Pico. He says, I love him. He's a fighter's fighter. He's going to bring it, and so am I. And Pedro knows he needs to bring his A-game tonight if he's to get another shot at the title. But we have seen in this very arena Pedro Carvalho defeat opponents who are ranked higher than him in the past, such as Mads Burnell and Daniel Weichel, who are both fighting here on a main card as well tonight. So as ever, Pedro is super confident. He's calling this version of himself tonight Pedro 3.0. We shall see what goes down in that featherweight matchup on our main card. Coming live from Dublin a little later on, but now we've got 1 or 2 or maybe a few more prelims. Dave, Josh?
Thanks very much indeed, Aiden. That was Aiden Power. Still no friends, still on his own, but apparently they're coming later. We've got Kenny Mokonwana, local prospect, hugely popular. And you know, a lot of people are talking about this guy, Josh O'Connor. This could be a real fight here. This could be an upset, we'll see. O'Connor certainly looks focused. Josh has been focusing on the tail of the tape.
On the tail of the tape, the record is 5-0. They're both 5-0. But Mokonwana, he has 2 fights in Bellator. Will that experience making it feel like home get him the win tonight?
We will see. Let's get to Michael C. Williams.
For those joining us on YouTube at both channels, Bellator MMA and Showtime Sports, we welcome you to Dublin as we go now to the featherweight division, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner at 5'10", weighing in 145.8 pounds. As a professional, he's undefeated at 5-0. He fights out of Swansea, Wales, Josh O'Connor. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 145.5 pounds. As an undefeated professional, he too enters with 5 victories, no defeats. Fighting out of Dublin, Ireland, Kenny Mokonwana. And your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
We think fights 8 and beyond are here. I just checked my lab. Yeah, I think they're here, man.
Good to see Mark Goddard for the first time this evening. Mokonwana opening up with a long left hand. Just to say welcome to Bellator to Josh O'Connor. Explosive start again here.
Well, Mokonwana has that very long stance, very spread out stance, which makes it easier to grab onto that single leg, work your way up to the body lock, and Josh did a great job of doing that and was able to step behind and trip and get to the top position.
O'Connor said he's going to fight at a high pace here. Fitness fanatic. Believes he's going to be fitter than anybody he fights. O'Connor trying to make use of those elbows from that bottom position. Trying to make use of those long legs as well here, Mokonwana.
Nice Josh by O'Connor to get himself out of that position. Working the pass guard also.
Use the fence. Head position, please. Head position. Watch those legs. Watch those legs. Right the head. Hey, we'll go right down post and then we'll come down with an elbow. Nice,
Head position there from O'Connor, trying to make things awkward for Kenny Mokonwana here.
You just want to make it uncomfortable for him on the ground, making sure he never gets an opportunity to set something up. As you start putting your forehead underneath the chin, stretching his body out, making him feel the cage back on the back of his head. All of those things make it very uncomfortable and makes you move into positions you potentially don't want to be in.
Come on, let's get off that hip. Don't let him get on that hip. Scroll that hip up. Scroll it off, good. Fill the space. Fill the space. Keep your arm pinned over the knee. Nice, nice.
The gym, the 2-4 martial arts gym in Swansea, where there are a lot of young Welsh prospects. They're really excited about this sport in the country at the moment. Trains with Owen Harris and Danny Hand. Looking for a big win here.
Makwanwa doing a very good job of keeping an active guard. Letting O'Connor know that, hey, if you make a mistake, I'm going to attack a triangle. I'm going to attack an arm bar. With those long limbs, it's real quick to set him in.
Battle of wills in there at the moment.
He's got that, we like to call it a Dagestani handcuff, where he's reaching behind the body and has that far side arm locked. Now look for him to try to put those hooks in or elevate and take him back down for a mat return. Just like that.
Right on cue. I think Josh has done this before.
Which Josh?
Both of them. Expertly done by both of them.
It's very important what O'Connor's doing. Notice how he never unlocks his hands. He doesn't switch back to a single, doesn't drop back down on a double, and giving Makwanwa a chance to wrist fight. So O'Connor's doing a great job of locking the hands, keeping them locked, elevating, taking him back down, constantly grinding and hanging on him, making Makwanwa carry his weight.
Sneaky right hand there from O'Connor. Certainly looks, as we expected it to be, the toughest test of Kenny Makwanwa's career so far. 5-0, 2-0 in the Bellator cage. Those up kicks that time, the night of the up kicks so far.
This is smart by O'Connor, just giving himself a chance to get his breath and still putting pressure on Makwanwa.
Got to think about winning the round as well. 30 seconds remaining in the opening round here.
Let's make it work, guys. You want to stay there, make it work.
Great job of just guiding the legs to the other side, made an easy pass, top pressure in that half guard position. Giving him the shoulder, worked right to mount. Short time to get some work in.
5 seconds worth of work here for O'Connor.
Mike.
Good guys, let's go. Take care of it.
Here's Aiden when you want it.
Give me a little bit of your backhand. If you hold that range, that left body kick or left right kick is going to be there, yeah?
Great job by Josh O'Connor, just clinching, getting into the clinch, locking the hands. What he did was we call it a knee tap. He put his knee right behind Makwanwa's knees and just kind of used his head to guide him over the knee and sat him over his lap. It's effortless, not a lot of lift and dump like this one here. He steps in deep, gets the lift, and the mat return. Top position, normally right away you throw the hooks in and get to the back. He was just on point with his takedowns. And it all starts from him keeping that body lock and keeping his head close to his on Makwanwa's body. Made it easier to get the takedowns. Nicely done. Great round.
Stand back, stand back, stand back.
Well, Kenny Makwanwa said his old coach used to tell him that pressure makes diamonds all the time. He is under pressure here. Really good opening round from Swansea's Josh O'Connor. pressure.
Nice timing on the takedown. He saw that O'Connor was just throwing the lazy inside leg kick, trying to set up his own takedown, so he went in and took the takedown first. Now he's in the top position.
There's a really smart reaction there from Kenny Mokanwana.
That's it, heavy shoulder pressure. Get ready to step up with the leg, kick the back.
Trying to get back to his feet.
Nice back take. Waited for O'Connor to kind of make his way up, extended his body, and Mokanwana just put his hooks in. Pulled him back down.
Crisis time here for O'Connor. Fighting those hands.
O'Connor with the 2-on-1. This is exactly what he needs to do. Control the wrist, 2-on-1, and then start looking to get your hips out from underneath or put your back flat to the ground. Nice escape.
That will give him a confidence boost here as he shifts those legs out of the way again, O'Connor.
Just so calm and composed for such a young man in these positions, doing a great job.
Took the words out of her mouth. The calmness under pressure was hugely impressive. Maybe shouldn't be surprising for someone who works in the NHS in Wales.
Guys, stay with it. Stay with it. We can work the boat. Work the boat. Work the man. Fuck that knee off.
Working to the knee on belly, working himself, trying to get himself all the way over to full mount. What I love is that he has that far side underhook, keeping Mokanwana's back flat to the canvas, making it very difficult because Mokanwana's going to have to turn to his side before he mounts any type of offense.
Let's go. Come on, these guards all watch off. These guards all right. Guys, head to the front.
Mokanwana said before this that O'Connor's a winner who hasn't yet fought a winner. O'Connor may be saying the same thing. There are levels to this game.
O'Connor's doing a great job of just controlling the legs and making sure they're never being able to up-kick him or able to pull himself back into guard. So he's doing a great job of controlling them and guiding them where he wants them so he can stay in the top position.
Keep the inside space. Don't let anything come back in. Keep the inside. Off the head to the man.
The voice of Dino Cambateza in that Josh O'Connor corner. 5 minutes of round time here.
O'Connor looking for that armbar. Oh, just slid off the top though, wasn't able to get it. Minute 45 from Mokanwana to kind of get busy on the top though. He had the takedown early, but it's been all that backwards since then. He's now in the top position. He's got to really try to win this round back.
Given the situation, he's in the top position, but under pressure to make the most of it. Once again, O'Connor, massively impressive response.
Quiet.
They're almost effortless takedowns because as you lock the upper body, beautiful elbow off the break. As you lock the body and you just use your knee right behind there, it's almost sit them over your lap.
They called for that inside kick and he produced it.
Big shot from the top as he jumped back down into the guard.
Constantly making life difficult here for Kenny Mokanwana. First time fighting out of South Wales, and Josh O'Connor right now is taking the opportunity. Now it's O'Connor applying the pressure. He's Mokanwana in trouble. Has he got it here, O'Connor?
Mokanwana's got to keep that 2-on-1 on the wrist.
Desperately trying to.
One hook is out. It can still be finished from that position.
Crowd cheer Mokanwana as he gets to his feet. Fighting for survival at the end of round 2.
Don't do that again. Remember what you're doing.
We ride the fuck out of it.
Josh O'Connor off the break after getting back up to his feet. Makes a little bit of space, lands a vicious elbow. He was able to get to the takedown, get to the back, and when he got to the back, sunk it up underneath the chin. Wasn't able to get the other hand behind the head because Mukawana had great defense with the two-on-one. Great round for Josh O'Connor. He's ahead of Mukawana in every position, whether it's on the feet or on the ground. He's making beautiful transitions from one to the next.
Well, Mukawana has talked of learning a lot of outside the cage lessons to do with diet and recovery. He's learning a few inside here tonight. So far, surely Josh O'Connor, 2 rounds up here. Surely Mukawana needs a massive final round. You can't read it any other way, Josh.
No, you can't, but Mukawana has all the tools, the head kicks, the good combinations, good movement. He's got everything on the feet to finish this fight.
He finished Craig McIntosh back here in February, his first win by knockout. He previously submitted his opponents. O'Connor needs to be careful not to make a mistake here.
That was a fatigue takedown. Mukawana is exhausted. You can tell by the way he's laboring his punches, his kicks. He shot in on the double, didn't have the energy to turn the corner, and just got bulldozed over right to the bottom position.
Remember what I said right at the start about O'Connor and his fitness levels, how proud he is. I don't think he's stopping here.
Set up that side choke. This is more of a defensive position where you grab between your legs. It's more of a stalling tactic, though, to try to create space so you can still breathe.
O'Connor said if he wasn't fighting in MMA, he'd be running triathlons.
You're a better man than me, my friend. If you are, you're running triathlons.
Running and swimming and biking triathlons, extraordinary fitness levels, those guys. This, in a cage, though, is a different kind of extraordinary. What a performance so far from Josh O'Connor.
Josh O'Connor's had almost 8 minutes of ground control in this fight so far, and that lets you know exactly how dominant he's been in the grappling department. These are all easy takedowns. These are effortless, things that don't expend a lot of energy. He's just sweeping the legs, kicking the feet, sitting him over his knee, all effortless takedowns.
But he's earned the right, hasn't he? He's earned the right. Mukawana exhausted. O'Connor just grinding him down here.
I train with a guy named Frank Shamrock, maybe you've heard of him, but he's weaponized conditioning and cardio, and that's exactly what I feel like Josh O'Connor has done.
Certainly an appropriate name drop here in Ireland.
Great transition from the mount as Mukawana started to turn. He followed him and got right to the back.
The only thing that would really put a bow on this performance would be if O'Connor can force a stoppage here. However he does it, because right now he is dominated almost from the start. The situation seems hopeless here for Mukawana. I think Mark Goddard's aware that Mukawana really tired. He even looked there when O'Connor just started to land those punches.
When you're exhausted, those type of submissions, sure, they don't normally work, but when you're exhausted and the forearm goes across the mouth or just over the nose and you can't get a deep breath, you start thinking, why am I in here? I can get out of here with just a quick tap, you know, and those are the things that sometimes will go through your head.
Mark Goddard, certainly not his first rodeo, was very aware of that when he was taking a look, keeping an eye here on Mukawana. Looking to apply the flourish, O'Connor, but Mukawana trying to control that neck.
There's that armbar attempt again. Oh, I thought he was going to slide off the top. Very smart move by him, though, in keeping the back, staying in the top position. You slide off the top, you lose that position, and anything can happen in the last minute of the fight.
Watch the shots, pick the shots.
Just a warning there. Let's watch the shots there from O'Connor, but he knows if he stays in this position now, he has it won. Gugnon still trying to control those wrists, still doing a good job of it. 20 seconds here to survive, but it will just be that. O'Connor has been so dominant here. No argument at all about how this is going to be scored. 10 seconds remain. What a display to announce yourself on a big show from Josh O'Connor. He's done Swansea proud. And Kenny Mokonwana, who has starred in this cage in Dublin, has surely been beaten convincingly for the first time. How impressed were you?
24 years old. By Josh O'Connor, I was extremely impressed. 24 years old, showed a lot of high-level techniques in terms of the takedowns, the control. Just fight IQ was on point tonight for Josh O'Connor at 24 years old. Very impressive. This was the story of the night, though, was just the easy, effortless takedowns. Just kick the foot. When you're hitting those judo sweeps and those foot sweeps, you're just kicking the foot in the direction of the toes. Make it easier for them just to slide out from underneath you. And when he got to the top position, he did work. He was just so calm, so composed, really just touch, not loading up too much, just making Mokonwana feel the pressure, feel his weight, and it zapped him. By the second round, Mokonwana had no answer. Was fatigued, exhausted, couldn't stop anything that Josh O'Connor was doing. Great job.
Big smile on his face. He's exhausted as well, but great night's work for Josh O'Connor.
Well, he doesn't look exhausted.
Well, he puffed out his cheek, so I went with exhausted, but you're right. Yeah, he's recovered quickly. He's still got the cycle leg to do anyway, and then the run. Mr. Triathlon does it. We need to make it official, and as you can see, that's the other side of this sport, the exhausted Kenny Mokonwana being helped out of the cage. Let's make things official here. Let's get the scores. Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we'll go now to your three judges. Your first, Michael Murtha, scores the fight 30-27, while judges Ron McCarthy and Jaron Villal see it the same, 30-26. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Josh O'Connor.
Two of the judges even scored it 30-26. It was that dominant from the outstanding Josh O'Connor. There's a name to take from tonight. Well done to him. Much more to come from us. But let's get back now to the man with all of the friends around him. It's Aiden Power.
And most of them are in my head. Thank you very much, Dave, for the time being. Anyway, now here's a look at our five-fight main card in Dublin, and a lot at stake across the divisions. Headline tonight with a world title showdown between the unbeaten champion Johnny Eblin, the #1 contender Fabian Edwards. Let's talk though about our curtain raiser, because violence is promised from the opening bell with Sabah Homasi and the equally heavy-handed Levon Chokeli going at it. And Sabah Homasi looking to bounce back from the TKO loss to Brennan Ward back in February, a fight he said he should have pulled out of for health reasons. Well, the #10 welterweight has won 2 of his last 3, and 14 of his 17 wins have come inside the distance, and many in devastating fashion. Tonight, he plans to serve up more destruction, saying, "I'm bigger, I'm stronger. When I land, I hurt people." Well, his opponent, who you see there, Levon Chokeli, he's become the tormentor of American top-team welterweights with back-to-back wins over Michael Lombardo and Roman Feraldo, and he is going for the hat-trick tonight. He's got a record of 12-2, and the Georgian fighter believes he's on the path to becoming the first ever MMA world champion from his country of Georgia. He said to us this week, "I'm better everywhere. He's getting older, and my time is now," which sounds awfully familiar, like something I said to an ex-girlfriend when she left me for an older man. It's going to be a banger. It kicks off our main card, 4 o'clock Eastern on Showtime. What do you got for us, Dave Farrell?
I haven't got that. I haven't got that. I'm not going to be able to back that up. Aiden and his therapy session in front of camera there. It's all very entertaining, but I do worry about him. Great to have him along tonight, of course. And having had the tail of the power, let's get the tail of the tape ahead of our next fight here. Josh, talk us through this.
Can Hassan keep the distance and the range in his flashy stand-up to keep himself off of the canvas? That's going to be the question. Juge is going to be fantastically on trying to press the action and the pace to get the fight to the ground.
Well, let's find out. Let's get to Michael C. Williams.
And now tonight here at 3 Arena, we go to the featherweight division, set for 3 5-minute rounds, and introduce the blue corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 146 pounds even. His professional record: 4 wins, just 1 loss by way of Libya. He fights out of Manchester, England, Ibrahim Hassan.
Let's go!
And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 145.6 pounds, near perfect as well. He brings 6 professional victories, 1 defeat. He fights out of Dublin, Ireland, Azel the Sultan Ajud. In charge, your referee, Brian Miner.
Three of Asela Juji's last 4 wins by unanimous decision. He says he feels the pressure to put on a show, to entertain a bit more. He might struggle to do it against a strong opponent here in Ibrahim Al-Fahi Hassan from Manchester. Juge with those red gloves here, 4-1 in the Bellator cage. Lost on his pro debut and his Bellator debut against Konstantin Blanita, but boy, has he rebounded and done really well since, and that snaking jab landed.
No filling out process. Both took the center of the cage, started letting the hands and the kicks go.
It's been a theme of the night so far. No feeling out process. Everyone seems to have gone at it right from the start. Great entertainment in Dublin so far.
Hassan's got real flashy stand-up. He's really good at keeping the range and utilizing that range to counter people, but I was actually kind of surprised that he was able to get in on this as he caught the kick, and he's working on this takedown.
Al-Fahi Hassan says that he'd always done what he describes as a bit of martial arts, mainly kickboxing, and then he started training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and fell in love with grappling. There's a quote to warm your heart, Josh Thompson.
All right. Good. All right, continue.
Anyone who falls in love in grappling, I'm sure, is okay by you.
You have to learn to love it. And if you don't love it, then maybe this is not the sport for you, because there's a lot of grappling. Whether it's upper body, lower body, doesn't matter. You end up on the ground, you end up keep it on your feet. You've got to learn to love it.
Juge trains in both Paris and in Dublin. SBG Ireland, of course. He does do plenty of traveling. That kickboxing background, karate background as well.
So I'm putting a lot of effort into getting this takedown and keeping this clinch. I would have given the style of his stand-up, given him a little bit more of the edge on the feet, but he basically just hit under the side, the half-guard position, and tried to pull him down from there.
He's back to his feet now. Juge has really quick hands, and there's a sharp left hook from him, and then he looks for the big right hand. Another right hand from Asela Juge. You always worry when a fighter talks about wanting to impress more and look for finishes, because you worry they're going to rush their work a bit. That's a big right hand though from a Juge. Took it well. Good pressure here though from Asela Juge.
Yeah, Juge doing a great job. He went from southpaw to back to conventional, and as he did it, he threw the combination off of it. Nicely done.
Really fast feet and fast hands, and he mixes up his work so well. Gonna set up that right hand again with a feint.
Hassan just looks like he's looking at a deer in headlights. He has no answer right now for the speed of Juge and how he's mixing things up. He's keeping his head directly in line to be hit.
The head's in line, the hands are a little low as well, and the Juge is trying to drop them further. Lovely left hook to the body, followed by the right hand from a Juge. Putting together some really good, swift combinations here.
Good head position. Right hand between the legs. Pressure the shoulder. Yes. Stuff his head in. Stuff his head.
Final minute of this opening round has belonged so far to Azela Juge.
Juge doing a great job of this head positioning, putting that forehead directly under Hassan's chin, stretching him out, making him feel uncomfortable, making him move when he doesn't want to move.
Elbow there from a Juge. It's been relentless pressure from him after the opening minute of this opening round.
This fence grappling really will start to take the steam off of both fighters' stand-up. Like the speed, the power, all of those things will start to have an effect. You can see it more in Hassan right now. When he was forcing that takedown early in the round, he wasn't able to get it. You can see that he's kind of, seems like he's a little bit lost right now. Looking at the clock, looking up into the crowd.
That's where his gaze is going at the moment. Trying to hang on, almost literally. The final 5 seconds of this opening round. Completely dominant from a Juge.
Take your time.
Juge with some really nice striking in this round. Really kind of kept the distance, was able to keep getting after him and pressing the actions. He did a good job of setting things up, going low and then coming back up high. And what I liked is he kept his range. See, in that moment there, he landed a good shot, but then he didn't rush it. Again, right there. See how he kind of hesitated a second. He didn't rush it and get hit with an up kick. He's been very patient in this round. He let the fight develop in front of him. And all of these things start to add up in the clinch, grinding on Hassan, making him carry his weight and landing the elbows, making enough space. Great round, great job by Juge in that round.
Great round, great job. Juge has a great story.
Ready? Ready?
Son of an Algerian migrant. He says his dad sacrificed everything for him and his sister. He just wants to give back now. Great line as well that I always love. He said he used to get up at 5:30 every morning to train with his dad when he was a teenager. And he said, I didn't do that for nothing. Remembers every single moment of that. Determined to throw that into his career.
Yeah, I remember being, 13, 14, 50 years ago. That feeling of, no, I don't want to get up, but you had to get some work in. It was for me with wrestling. We had early wrestling practice at 5:30 before school started. It wasn't easy, but it paid in the end.
Certainly did. And Jude's dreams of a career like yours. That was close to being low, but it was okay. Left to the body, straight down the middle from a Juge. And everything he's doing is working.
That effortless type foot sweep. You just touch it a little bit and pull the foot towards the toes, and the foot comes out directly. Doesn't look like much, but it has an effect on the fighter going, man, I just got embarrassed in front of everyone just with something so simple.
So impressive about a Juge when you watch him up close is that the lightness on the feet and the balance. Balance is the word. And he's got an opponent off balance like this. He really has the chance to dominate.
Well, you saw the difference between the rounds. So between round 1 and 2, you saw Juge bouncing up and down, getting ready to start the second round, where Hassan was kind of hunched over a little bit, hands on the knees, early in between rounds.
Solid kick there from a Juge. What the kick to the body, Hassan.
Hassan's being more of a defensive fighter. You've got to be offense. I've always said this, your best defense is offense. If I'm being offensive, it doesn't give your opponent the chance to really get off. They're always trying to defend on you. This is different. We've seen this back in the old days where they would jump guard and try and pull you down, but it looks like he's really just trying to get him to carry his weight. Oh, now he locks the figure 4 around the waist.
He's giving a Juge something to deal with here. Ibrahim Al-Faki Hassan.
It's not easy to hold that position, though, as well. Not just for Ajuj, but also for Hassan, because you've got to keep those legs locked, which means the blood's flowing out of there, and it just... As you put your legs back down, you're like, your legs feel a little weak because you're holding that position, squeezing that position.
Huge kind of worked that out and almost just waited for that to happen. Smart from him.
Well, it's easier to wait when you're just leaning against the fence.
Move that leg. You're going to try to sweep. Nice. Big knee again. It's beautiful. Nice. Elbows down whenever you want it. Scoop that leg, let's get the body lock. Scoop the leg, body lock.
Hassan's got to be a little bit more busy. You can't just hold somebody there. That means that the focus is you just using your strength to hold them against the fence. Nice. Knee the inside of the thighs, foot stomp. Use your shoulder to kind of pop him in the face or underneath the chin to elevate him. Make him feel uncomfortable in these positions.
Come on, guys, work.
They don't all have to be hard. They just have to be active. Give your opponent something to think about.
Let's get his head down. Let's make him look at the floor.
At least Alaki Hassan has stopped Ajuj just dominating. He can work on his feet.
Nice. Towards that wizard, let's go body lock here now.
And he's working very, very hard for that takedown here.
Kill his hip.
What Hassan needs to do is get his head a little bit lower down by the hip and able to kind of squeeze his elbows in and pull his hips closer, pull his hips closer to him and away from the fence, because Ajuj right now is using that fence as like a third leg, something to hold him up, something to brace him there.
Well, heading, as you can see, towards the end of this second round, and that'll stop the pain a bit, but I'm not sure he's made a dent on Azael Ajuj here. Alaki Hassan.
You got fingers in my mouth. You put his fingers in my mouth. He's putting his fingers in my mouth. Go. Your corners.
Yeah, open the start. Take the fight off it. Front pressure, hand start, no switching off. Empty the tank, 5 minutes, you just go. That's how down, strong. Good round, front back. He's slowing now. Seen the clinch before. He didn't have a chance to work, was it? He was strong, he was fast on. Not fast no more. Every time he's getting, he's looking at the clock.
Okay, is he going to rush you? And he'll time that slide away right hand or the finger to right hand? Okay, yeah. Okay, there's only 5 minutes left. All the in the work. You're big, you're strong. We're going to go and take the middle, load the face, stance changes. You're going to fuck them up. Yeah. Okay, then, you feel fine? Let's take 5 minutes high energy.
Seconds out. So our third and final round, Azael Ajuj and Ibrahim Alaki Hassan. Ajuj seemingly in control here. Those fighters that gym mates really, really admire. They always talk about him and the skill set of Ajuj, the speed.
He does everything so well. You know, he gives the feints, he lets the kicks go, he sets him up behind his punches, or then he can switch stance and give you 2 looks if you need to. Having a teammate like that you can prepare for fights with, someone who can go left-handed, someone who can go right-handed, who can mix it up and still wrestle and get takedowns.
There are these strike statistics. Ajuj 63 of 111, 18 of 62 for Alaki Hassan.
Anything over that 40 percentile, 40, 43 percentile, means that you should be winning the fight, which in this case Ajuj is. At 57, he's landed at a clip of 57%. That's impressive.
I love the way that updated live while I was talking. That was quite exciting for a moment. There's a lot to get me excited, obviously. Let's see if Ajuj can excite us for this final 3.5 minutes. He's certainly got it in the toolbox.
Hassan's got to be thinking to himself, I'm down in the judges' scorecards in the first 2 rounds. I've got to make something happen here. You can't wait for the opportunity to present itself. You've got to create it.
Hassan lost a split decision as an amateur against Josh O'Connor, who's made such a big mark here tonight, but their performances in Dublin so far have been at opposite ends of the scale.
Well, you can look back in past fights and say, hey, this guy fought this guy, should go this way. Well, the thing is styles make matchups. I can put 2 different fighters in there and the fights can be completely different.
Yeah. He beat him, so he beats him, or she beats him.
Never works out that way.
Never works out, yeah.
We like to call it MMA math.
There you go. We called it MMA maths, but we're not going to argue about that. Yeah. Not right now. Jude's looking for angles here of a different kind.
Nice head movement by Hassan, but he's going to actually have to counter it if he wants to land something. He wants to try to win this round, try to finish this fight. He needs a finish to win.
He hurt him with that left hook. Oh, great shots to the body there, but Alaki Hassan looks, I think, under pressure there for the takedown. Got himself into an awkward position. That was really good work to the body from Ajuj.
Nice knee by both fighters. But Hassan finished up with that right hook.
Right there.
Hit him to the cup with the kick. It grazed the tip.
See that swelling and the cut on the right eye of Hassan.
Good to go. You ready?
Right now, he's just taking that little bit of time.
No? Okay.
Hey, it looked like it just grazed the kick because the kick still landed to the body, but it looked like it grazed it on the way up.
They're looking for a grandstand finish here, Ibrahim Alaki Hassan. So far, he's struggled to really find Ajuj here.
Ajuj's got to be careful just not to fall back and think that he can circle and move and get the win. He will probably get the win if it goes the distance. This is when you start taking your foot off the gas pedal or you make mistakes, or the fighter starts to press knowing they're behind. You just got to keep the same fight. Keep doing what you're doing because it was working and he was dominating.
Probably is a dangerous word in this sport.
Yes.
Things have to be a bit more definitive than that. See, there's a left hand. Alaki Hassan, no great power behind it, but just made Josh's point.
This little stance that he's doing right now, the Michael Venom page, the bounce in the step, those type of things. He wasn't fighting like that earlier. This is not the time right now, and knowing that you have a desperate fighter in front of you, knows that he needs a finish to win this fight.
Yeah, 30 seconds remain. Everything he's done to be in complete control, he's not doing.
Let's go, big finishes. 20 seconds.
He's having a look at the clock. Looks for a flourishing finish now. Looks for the spinning attack. And he looked for something even more dramatic. That could have led to a big mistake, and Alaki Hassan will end on top. Well, having been a little unsatisfied with himself, Ajuj, he might just end up being a little unsatisfied again. Now, he'll win the fight, he'll be fairly sure of that, but he remains a work in progress. So does everyone, I guess.
I mean, history has shown, though, when you're ahead like that, you just want to be very cautious and careful of taking your foot off the gas. And we've seen fighters, Oscar De La Hoya did it against, Felix Trinidad. Thought he was winning the fight, took the 3 or 4 rounds off, ended up losing the fight. You can't afford, now in this situation, I know it's only 3 rounds, but this was something you've got to be careful for. Beautifully done with the hook. This is where he kept his hands up. He was letting the hands go, keeping right outside the range. Nice body work towards the end. Made Hassan hit the double leg. Couldn't get in deep enough. Started working on the choke, couldn't get his hands free. But a great performance from a juge the whole night until the last probably 2 minutes. Got to keep your foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah, he's immensely likable, and the crowd here love him. As I said, he's very popular in the gym as well. And a juge smiles and knows that he has the win. Funny enough, when he was backpedaling there, you used De La Hoya Trinidad. The boxing analogy that sprung to my mind a bit more dramatically was Lewis Rackman, when Lewis just completely switched off, was backpedaling and was caught with that shot, if you remember. But anyway, we're not boxing tonight. It's the cage, and it's a juge, and let's get to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the judges' scorecards, your first judge, Ben Cartlett, scores the fight 29-28, while judges David Peabody and Sal D'Amato both see it the same 30-27. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Azel da Sultan Ajuj.
So Azel Ajuj does get the win. One of the judges had it 29-28, though, which kind of makes Josh's point, but he moves on. Let's get now to Aiden Power.
Thank you very much, Dave Farah. Here's what we've got tonight in Dublin. Bellator Gold on the line with the champion, Johnny Eblen, making the second defense of the belt against the very dangerous #1 contender, Fabian Edwards. Slap bang right in the middle of our main card. Irish MMA veteran Sinead K.O. Kavanagh promises to show the unbeaten Australian prospect, Sarah Collins, that there are levels to this game. And while Collins has flown halfway around the world to be here, this is Sinead Kavanagh's backyard. And this venue has become a fortress for her in her Bellator career. 3 fights, 3 wins, all inside the 3 arena. The most memorable of those in February 2022, when she ruptured her ACL and tore her MCL just 30 seconds into a contest with Leah McCourt, and she managed to grind out the victory before being carried by the cage, from the cage by her good pal Conor McGregor. Well, a year later, she defeated Janae Harding, and tonight the #4 ranked featherweight is once again planning to implement her controlled aggression and striking abilities to keep her unbeaten run in Dublin intact. Well, Sarah Collins knows all about being unbeaten. An emphatic Bellator debut, submitting Pam Sorensen in that fight straight after she called for a shot to be here in Dublin. She is here tonight, and she says her judo black belt style is going to cause Sinead Kavanagh a whole world of problems. She is here to upset this Irish crowd. It's a fascinating clash of styles, an intriguing matchup, and it's one of 5 great fights coming on our main card that you can see live on Showtime, kicking off at 4 o'clock Eastern from the Emerald Isle, from the Irish capital, Dublin City. And so many more great prelims coming your way, like this one right now.
Thanks very much indeed, Aiden. Don't forget, Collins Kavanagh coming up later on. That's going to be terrific. Sinead Kavanagh always entertains us. She really does. You can see Attila Korkmaz is ready here inside this cage. I know this is going to be an intriguing matchup. I know Josh is looking forward to this one. Davy Galan making his way towards the cage now for our latest prelim. Galan always seems to be smiling, always seems to be looking to entertain. And after, of course, what happened in Paris with that no contest, I remember so graciously as well, he got up into the cage and spoke to the crowd and kept them entertained, explained what had happened. But he's been raring to go. And here he comes, Le Normand, excuse me. Davy Galan is in the house to take on Attila Korkmaz here. So time then to get to the tail of the tape. And Josh, you picked out those records.
Yeah, the records, David Gillen, he's got almost double the fights, and that experience is going to play a factor tonight against Korkmaz.
Absolutely. It's time that we go back to Michael C. Williams.
And we welcome all of those joining us live tonight here in Ireland on Virgin Media as we go now here at the Bellator 299 prelims to 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing first the blue corner at 5'8", weighing in 155 pounds even. His professional record, 13 victories, 7 losses. Fighting out of Berlin, Germany, the fearless Attila Korkmaz. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 155.2 pounds. As a professional, 21 wins, 8 defeats, 2 draws. From Normandy, France, presenting Davy Le Normand Galan. And your referee in charge, Brian Miner.
No, back up, back up. Behind the line, guys, behind the line. Thank you.
Looks ready to go, doesn't he?
Ready? Come on, fight.
Here we go. Someone once said, Attila Korkmaz. You may have seen him on his Bellator debut against Andrew Fisher, tough opponent that. He lost it on the prelims of MVP against Logan Storley, but he tore his bicep early on in that fight. Don't judge him on that. Grappling exchanges were desperately difficult for him, and he'll be a very, very different prospect here against Davy Galan.
Galan is an entertainer. He understands what it takes to make sure he's impressive. He wants to do things that he doesn't normally do. He'll do them inside the practice room, but he wants to do it live in the cage for the fans. He understands what this business is all about. It's about being an entertainer. But at the end of the day, it's about winning also.
Yeah, he produced that famous, infamous, that rolling thunder kick against Ross Pearson, for which he's so famous. The blood around the nose already of Korkmaz. Galan has connected early here. Applying the pressure here, Davy Galan. It was Saul Rogers who applied the pressure to him in Paris, and he was stopped too early. I'm sure you all know the story, and ended up being a no contest. Galan, having lost in Milan against Daniele Scatizzi, really wants to bounce back from that, so that no contest was even more frustrating for him.
Korkmaz is having a success with those body kicks. They're getting in just under Galan's elbow. He's landed 3 of them that I've seen. They're very impressive. You could see Galan take a couple steps back, drop the elbow a little bit. Still trying to put the pressure, but he's very aware that they're landing.
Started judo when he was 5 years of age, Davy Galan. Said his parents couldn't control his energy, so they sent him to judo. Still got bags of it. Channeling it into that cage now, though.
Galan doing a good job. What he'll do is he has his arms locked or his hands locked. He'll drop the elbows, squeeze the elbows tight to his hips. He'll bounce Korkmaz off the fence, and as he does, he'll try to either kick the foot out or step across the body and spin him down to the ground.
I mentioned the damage to that nose of Korkmaz. That's the blood that you can see running from the face of Attila Korkmaz, the fearless. The Spitfire gym in Berlin.
It just ruins the rest of the fight. Well, like when you get hit with a small jab or a punch that just barely grazes you, and you start leaking from the nose, and you're thinking, that wasn't even hard. I've been hit with a lot harder before, and it wasn't bleeding. And that's not the way you want to start the fight. You just start to think, gives me one more thing to think about, is the blood dripping from the nose as I'm trying to defend everything you're doing.
And it definitely gives your opponent a spring in their step. They see that they've done damage, however they've done it.
This is nice defense from Korkmaz. Galan's got to be careful. He's not using too much energy forcing this takedown. I mean, Galan's got wins over Kane Musa, Charlie Leary, and like you said, Ross Pearson with that Rolling Thunder knockout. Just, he's got all the tools. He has all the weapons he needs to beat anybody. Just sometimes he lets the entertainment business get in front of the W. And I'm not mad at that. As a fan, I'm not mad.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's getting the balance right. It's getting the balance right. People look at the record. They see the entertainer. If you can get the 2 of those things together, and you're on to a winner.
Galan should start trying to put his forehead underneath Korkmaz's chin. Stretch him out a little bit, make him uncomfortable, kind of open up the rib cage, start kneeing to the ribs, kneeing the inside of the thigh. You want to make your opponent feel uncomfortable. By doing that, I put my head under the chin, make you look up towards the lights and towards the fans, so you can't really see what I'm going to be doing down below in terms of kneeing you to the thighs or to the body.
Altering position there, Korkmaz. Finally, there's daylight. I saw that coming and blocked it fairly comfortably. Looks to unload the right hand and then starts to catch fire a bit. Mistimed that though, Korkmaz.
Nice attempt at the throw. Wasn't able to lock that arm, but Korkmaz got on that neck.
Yeah, pressure on that neck of Davy Galan. Final second, though.
Good round for Korkmaz. I thought he did a great job of kicking to the body, stuffing the takedowns, and then at the very end tried to show that he was trying to land the more explosive techniques. Didn't land all of them clean, had one that landed, but still, I thought I gave that round to Korkmaz.
Still smiling.
He just looks, David Galan looks a little unsettled out there. He's not sure what to do, and I think it had a lot to do with those body kicks early in the round.
Round number 2 here, Davy Galan, Frenchman with those red gloves. Gonna come forward, having maybe dropped that opening round. Josh scored it for Attila Korkmaz.
Korkmaz almost took out Brian Miner, the referee. Brian had to circle out of there real fast.
Galan talked before this fight of Korkmaz is an orthodox striking style. That really would have been unorthodox.
Yeah.
Good footwork from Brian Miner. Korkmaz trying to draw Galan into something there, into a trap.
And Galan will normally go a little bit more aggressive and just throw caution to the wind. But you can tell that he's being thrown off a little bit by how much Korkmaz is switching and what he can do and how explosive he is. It almost lures you in with small little subtle movements, and then he explodes.
Korkmaz is happy to be patient as well, isn't he? Biding his time. Looking for that kick to the body to respond to what Korkmaz did in the opening round. He's on a run of 5 wins in a row, Davy Galan, before that little juggernaut came to a really crushing end against Skatitsi. It's his first Bellator loss. He's failed to sparkle so far here against a compact and very, very awkward opponent in Attila Korkmaz. By the way, that last name, Korkmaz, that means fearless. That's where the nickname comes from.
All I can think of is the movie Lionheart and the guy named Attila. That's what it's got me thinking. And he was, it's funny because he has that bulkiness, the little beard, and a little bit of a relation there.
Absolutely, yeah, you can see. I think if you're called Attila, you walk around with that name, you've got to be pretty tough. Not too many ballet dancers called Attila. Galan comes forward and tries to find the head of Korkmaz with that kick.
All those ballet dancers are going to hit us up in the DMs.
I was going to say, I'm going to get letters, aren't I?
Hey, what about me? Korkmaz is really taking his foot off the gas pedal. In the first round, he was having a little bit more success, letting the body kicks go, kind of pushing the pace, getting right in front of Galan. But now Davy's kind of taking over the control of this round and the tempo of the round.
And Galan blocks that head kick, and then Korkmaz landed to the body. Just draw a reaction there. Having watched so many fights so far tonight with such a sort of high output, this one hasn't quite matched that. He's trying to get it done in a different way.
You can see the power of Korkmaz. It just throws David Galan off of him. The kicks are having an effect. All the things that Korkmaz is doing is really, it's having an effect on David Galan, whether it's the kicks, whether it's the takedown defense, all of it.
Sneaky left hook there from Korkmaz was a good shot that again discouraged Galan, and he's sort of doing enough to discourage Galan. Tries the spectacular.
That was impressive. Galan went for the spinning kick, and Korkmaz threw his own spinning kick down low, or threw his own kick down low.
Just following Korkmaz around the cage a little bit as well.
This is a toss-up round. Both of them has landed some good shots. I mean, Davies being the one pressing, Galan's being the one pressing the action. So they may, the judges may end up seeing that and give it to him.
Some of the action. Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, David Galan with the great spin, and then, but the great counter, though, by Korkmaz. Very nicely done there. To see that coming and be able to land it in the timing there. It was the body kicks, though, that earlier in the fight were setting things up for Korkmaz with the stand-up. And I feel like those are starting to pay a little bit of dividends because it's making David Galan a little hesitant to let his hands go.
Well, Josh, someone's got to say it, and I'm going to throw the cliche at you right now, but this is a difficult fight to score. Yeah. It's got that written all over it.
Yeah, it could be 1-1 or it could be 2-0, I think, for Korkmaz. It could be 2-0 for him or it could be 1-1.
Oh, Korkmaz sheds the kick that time. Huge shot. Galan staggered back. Blood coming from the wound as well as Korkmaz goes for the finish. What about this from Attila Korkmaz? Electrifying at the start of round 3. We'll never know how it would have been scored because Korkmaz has rendered that irrelevant. Galan is flat on his back and our concern switches to him, but he gives the thumbs up. But where did that come from? Attila Korkmaz landed those kicks earlier on in the fight, but that's devastating, Josh.
The foot wraps around the glove and wraps around the head as well. You can just see David Galan react right away. His legs go a little stiff, go a little wobbly. I like to call it the Zab Judah, kind of did the stanky leg. And what happens? He backed away, tried to make the space. And Korkmaz was able to land another body kick and get his elbows back down. Got the takedown. Beautifully done on the top pressure. Flurried, saw the ref right there on the side, getting ready to step in. Just unflurried with the punches. Got the finish. Nicely done by Korkmaz. It's the way that that kick comes around the glove and then wraps the foot around the head. The shin to the dome, as Joe, as we like to say.
The shin to the dome, indeed, and David Galan looks devastated there. But that was a terrific finish from Korkmaz.
Everything that we prepared.
Once he had Galan down, it was that left hook on the ground as well. He missed actually quite a lot, but he caught him with a left hook, and that was, I think, Brian Miner then is suddenly on red alert, and he jumped in, of course, eventually. Well, let's get to Michael C. Williams now to make this official. What a win for Korkmaz.
Ladies and gentlemen, it comes to an end. 23 seconds into round number 3. The winner by TKO, the fearless Attila Korkmaz.
Great win, that great finish. One of many we've had tonight from Attila Korkmaz. So, from the fearless to the clueless, let's get to Aiden Power.
Wow, Dave Farah. You pulling no punches tonight. I'll see you in the cage post-show tonight. But before all that, inside the cage, we have a stacked five-fight main card in Dublin. It is headlined by an explosive middleweight world title fight. The unbeaten champion, Johnny Eblen, is in Ireland attempting to defend his belt against Fabian Edwards. And along with Johnny Eblen tonight, in his corner will be Mike Brown, a man who's coached many top fighters and indeed world champions. And as a former fighter himself, he's got a unique insight into what makes a fighter so special. So our Amanda went along to American Top Team in Florida to find out from Mike Brown, what is it that sets Johnny Eblen apart?
So let me ask you this. What makes Johnny Eblen so special?
A lifetime of wrestling, conditioning, natural footwork, a natural feel for fighting. I think it's not one thing you can put your finger on. It's several things, and he's the complete package.
You said he's the best in the world. Do you believe that?
100%, 100%.
Why did you want to coach Johnny?
Tremendous person since day one. Like, talk to him 10 minutes, you realize this is a really good dude, and it's a guy you want on your team.
So good guy, but he also described himself as a killer in the cage. Do you see that side of him?
Well, he's not undefeated for no reason.
What's the ceiling for Johnny Eblen?
It's a crazy game, but this guy is going to be very difficult to beat for a long, long time.
All right, cool. We'll let you get back to it. Thank you, guys.
Time!
Well, there he is, Mike Brown, famed coach at American Top Team. He believes Johnny Eblen is the best middleweight in all of mixed martial arts in the world, and he's not the only one. Tonight, Johnny Eblen attempts to prove that once again, if there's any doubters out there, when he brings the pressure to the #1 contender, Fabian Edwards. Now, as the music plays here in Dublin, Ireland, I suspect, Dave Farah, we're going to get an audible pop from this crowd for one of our favorite Irish fighters here at Bellator 299 Prelims in Dublin.
Absolutely, Aiden. Brian Moore makes his way to the cage here. I know John McCarthy sitting along there will be enjoying watching the Irish Canelo. He loves watching Brian Moore fight. And he's up against this guy, Otto Rodriguez. You can hear the music playing in the background. Brian Moore will enjoy every single moment of this, of course. And he might just have his hands full tonight. We'll talk to Josh about that in just a moment. Before all of that, we will look at the tail of the tape. And you picked out that reach advantage.
Yeah, the reach advantage for Brian Moore. He's going to have to utilize that reach to keep this thing on the feet. Put the jab in his face, try to keep Otto Rodriguez up on the feet so he can knock him out if he can get there. Otto's going to try to close that distance and get the takedown.
The crowd are loving every single moment of this. Let's get it on. Let's get to Michael C.
And now here at 3 Arena, we'll stay with the featherweight division set for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner at 5'5", weighing in 145 pounds even in his Bellator debut. He's bringing 13 professional victories, just 1 loss. He fights out of Natal. And by way of Cabo Frio, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, presenting Otto Rodriguez. Yes. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 145.4 pounds as a professional. He stands with 16 wins, 9 defeats. He fights out of County Wexford, Ireland. Introducing Brian, the Pipeman.
Stay back, stay back.
All right, here we go. You ready? Ready? Fight!
Brian Moore says he said goodbye to bantamweight, returned to his correct weight class, says he feels energized and motivated rather than lethargic and depleted. Comes into this after 2 decision wins here in Dublin out of Aldo Lima da Silva, Luco Yuvin, but that was only a split. Straight away looks to find that range. See that almost trademark jab to head and then to body. He's a real student both of this sport and indeed of the sport of boxing as well. Good foot movement there to get into range, and a nod of appreciation from Otto Rodriguez from Brazil. First fight since July 2021, but only a second since April 2017.
Otto's out of a good camp with the Pitbull brothers. A lot of top talent there. You got Leandro Higo, you've got the Patricio Pitbull, Patricky Pitbull. A lot of good talent that comes out of there. So he's experienced top-level training since coming into Bellator.
He has a seriously solid physique as well. Otto Rodriguez really stocky, packed with power and strength.
I always wish I had muscles like that.
Watch your fingers towards his eyes.
Left hook there from Brian Moore. Looks sharp, doesn't he? Right from the start here.
I like what he's doing with the jab. He's aiming it right at the chest level, right below the chin.
Watch your fingers.
Keeping Otto Rodriguez kind of loyal to his position. He's got to try to get himself offline. Dip down low and get to the double leg. There it is. Switch to the single, trying to sit him. Brian's got good takedown defense. He just can't afford to settle in this position.
And he's desperately trying not to. And scramble back to his feet.
Otto doing a great job reaching all the way around, getting the far side hip and pulling himself up to the body lock.
See Brian Moore there just trying to rearrange those hands.
You're seeing this a lot more, how wrestlers, what they're doing is they're taking them off the fence instead of trying to take them down against the fence. The sport is now always evolving and always changing. He's pulling him off the fence and trying to get the takedown in the open mat. Great job of elevating that foot, because now Brian can only get up on that right side. He can't get up on the left side now when the foot's elevated like that. What Otto needs to do is try to put Brian Moore's back flat to the canvas so that he can make Brian carry all of his weight, then he can posture up and sort of do work. But right now, until this moment, Brian was able to kind of sort of wall walk up the fence, but this is where he wants to be, Otto Rodriguez.
See, Brian Moore is so aware of the danger.
And this is why you see wrestlers and fighters start pulling fighters off the fence, because you see how Brian right now has got his back against the fence. It's actually making it easier for him to start trying to wall walk. He feels a little bit safer there. He's not going to take a ton of damage from that position. This is where he'll take a lot more damage, because now you're carrying Otto Rodriguez's weight, and on top of it, he's able to posture up and let down big punches.
He's doing a good job of defending this at the moment.
Rodriguez doing a great job of keeping Brian's back flat to the canvas, because before you can mount any type of offense, you've got to turn yourself to the side, whether to the right side or the left side. You've got to get more onto your side to start to mount an offense. And as long as Brian's back is flat on that canvas, he's not going to be able to start to get up until he turns one way or the other. He's got that right side underhook, very nice. Now he's going to start scooting his hip out on that right side.
40 seconds remaining in this opening round that started so well for Brian Moore.
Rodriguez doing a good job of having his far side underhook. He's kind of working that shoulder all the way up. Now he put his arm on the other side, so he's looking like he's trying to attack that arm.
Rodriguez not really able to do any damage here to Brian Moore. It's not a position Moore is going to want to be in again. He knows that it's there for Rodriguez potentially.
Hey guys, watch spiking elbows even to the body, okay? To the body.
See a clear message there.
The ref was giving him, telling him as a warning, no spiking elbows as in terms of from 12 to 6.
Yeah.
But in the positions he was in, those aren't really 12 to 6. There was angles to them, and so some things get lost in translation when it comes to that spiking. It is strictly from 12 to 6. I only know this because Big John McCarthy told me.
Yeah. He explains it well as you'd expect. He explains it really well when you ask about anything, of course, Big John. The MMA encyclopedia and the rest.
Hey, dry his back off. Dry him off. Dry this back. Go.
The reason he's so good at explaining the rules?
Come here. Come here.
Because he wrote them.
Remember, even to the body, we can't do this to the body, okay?
No one.
All right, yep. You both did it.
Okay, yeah.
Back up for me. Stay right there.
We'll move beyond that.
Ha.
And we'll
Fair. Ready?
watch round 2 here.
Fight!
Ryan Moore, the local favourite, local legend in those red gloves here against the dangerous Otto Rodriguez. And this is what Moore wants to do. Use that jab, control the distance, double up the jab if he can as well. This is exactly the game plan of Rodriguez.
Nice load the level penetration shot. Kept the drive going, turned the corner, elevated him, took him down.
He's away from the fence at the moment as well.
He's got that one leg locked down. Brian's got to start turning to his side, creating an angle. Don't let his back go flat. Dig in the underhook. You got to fight for those underhooks. You can't afford to let Rodriguez have the far side underhook. Anytime you give up that far side underhook, you're fighting from behind. There's no real offense you can mount. You've got to get the underhook and start trying to turn yourself to the side and come up on the half guard sweep or come up on a half guard single leg or double leg. Rodriguez trying to set up that side choke. He's got good positioning right here.
12-fight winning streak for Rodriguez. 2 of his previous 3 wins have come via submission.
That's tight. That's tight. Now that he's beat that leg as well, that's tight.
Has he got it? He has. Rodriguez. Only his 2nd fight in 6.5 years, and he produces a massive win here against the hometown favorite. Of course, the silence in the arena, as you would expect, but he worked hard for that position and he made the most of it.
Yeah, he slowly and systematically got himself to that side choke position. And it all started, though, with the takedown. He shot in deep on the double leg. He kept his legs moving. The key is sometimes when people shoot in, they stop their movement and their momentum. He kept driving through, elevated, flared the legs out, and then he was already past guard. And once he passed the guard, he got put back into half guard. He finished the rest of the passing of the guard, got to the side control, had the side choke. Nice, easy squeeze, waited for the tap. Beautiful job by Otto Rodriguez today. Dominant performance.
Yeah, dominant indeed. The 35-year-old with the win here in the Bellator cage on debut, and all smiles. Means an awful lot to him. He's come a long way, and he knows the potential significance of that. Nice moment there for the team from Brazil, and there's even a tear or two, I think, from Otto Rodriguez. Ryan Moore sporting as ever. Applauds the crowd, and indeed his opponent. Let's get to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tap comes by way of an arm triangle. Official time 1:31. Round number 2 for the winner by submission, Otto Rodriguez.
He's got an amazing personal story, Otto Rodriguez. Such a nice guy, does great work with his community. And it's, even though it's an unpopular win, it's really good to see him get the win. Rodriguez then, it's his night here. Let's get now to Aiden.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. We're going to take a quick look ahead to our 2nd fight on the main card here at Bellator 299 in Dublin, and that's between top 10 featherweights. Mads Burnell, he is taking on Daniel Weichel here tonight. Now, you may have seen Burnell on social media calling for this fight for the past while. This, in fact, is a matchup he has wanted since he was 10 years of age. That's the first time he saw Weichel fighting on a card in Denmark. And here we are, 20 years later, he gets his wish to go up against a man he describes as a legend, and the number 4 ranked extreme couture fighter told us he's got a ton of respect for Weichel, but he's going to be up in his grill and slinging heat like his boxing heroes, Arturo Gatti and Mickey Ward, as he looks to back up his recent victory over Justin Gonzalez. Well, what about Daniel Weichel? He's a former two-time challenger, 42 wins in a remarkable 56-fight career. So what could be left for the German? Well, at 39 years of age, he says he trains smart, he listens to his body, and tonight, his more than 2 decades of experience inside the cage will be the difference. That is our second fight in the main card here in Dublin. It is one of 2 featherweight matchups we have that include in our co-main event the birthday boy Aaron Pico going up against the always confident and always dangerous Pedro Carvalho. And also tonight, the #1 contender, Fabian the Assassin Edwards, attempts to join his brother Leon as a world champion when he takes on the undefeated middleweight king Johnny Eblin. We are kicking off our fight main card live in Dublin, Ireland at 4 o'clock Eastern, only on Showtime. But now, more prelim action with Josh Thompson, Dave Farah.
Thanks very much indeed, Aiden. This is the scene at the moment then in the 3 Arena in Dublin. How much do you enjoy coming here?
I love it. It's my favorite place to come in all the places that Bellator goes. Chicago's probably #2 as of lately, since we started going there a lot more recently. But man, this arena is electric when it comes time for them to be for their fans. It's for their fighters. It's fantastic.
No, it really is, and they're going to see another favorite in just a moment.
The people in Ireland, in Dublin, that I've met, they've always been extremely nice. I almost feel like they want something from me because they're so nice. Just great people.
But over here, it's possible to be nice without wanting something. Not everyone wants to borrow money, you know. Well, we can see Jelle Zegers and Dara Kelly making his way through as we get ready for the featherweights here as we build towards that main card. And not just that, by the way, we build towards a great conclusion to our prelims as well. Terrific action to come all the way. But first of all, Josh, here's the tail of the tape, and you picked out that reach again.
Yeah, can Kelly use that reach? He's got to keep him on the outside, or he's got to squish the distance and get in tight. But I think he's going to have to keep it on the outside to avoid the big power shots against Zegers.
We'll see. We will see how Dara Kelly deals with Jelle Zegers. Let's get now to Michael C. Williams.
And for all those that have recently joined us here live in Dublin, Ireland, we welcome you to Bellator 299, where the prelims continue now in the featherweight division, set for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner, at 5'8", weighing in 145.4 pounds. His professional record 2-2 from Tilburg, the Netherlands, Jelle Barbarius Zegers. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 145.2 pounds. As a professional, he's undefeated, 4 victories, no defeats, representing Mobile, Donegal. He fights out of Dublin, Ireland, Dara, the Mobile Mother. And your referee, Blake Grice.
Stay back. Back behind that line. You're good there. All right, here we go. You ready? Ready? Fight.
So where does the journey go next for the Mobile Mauler, Dara Kelly? Mobile in a showing in County Donegal up against the Dutchman here, Jelle Zegers. An all-action start here from the two of them.
Zegers has got the power. Look for him to just make Kelly. He's going to slip and move, make him pay every time he misses.
Let go of the cage.
Looking for that single leg, and then doing even better.
Like I was saying, Kelly is going to be good on the outside utilizing that reach, or he's going to be all the way in squishing the space. Because if he doesn't squish that space, Zegers has got big power in his hands. He's super aggressive with it.
Crowd cheer the takedown there from Dara Kelly. We know how dangerous he is on the ground. We know how powerful he is.
Nice transition right to the back of the figure 4. I love what he's doing right here, that half Nelson, shoving Zegers' head's between his legs, trying to get him to pop his head up so he can potentially get underneath the chin. There it is.
Pressure right from the start here from Darren Kelly. What about this?
He's got to try to go belly down, try to arch his back a little bit more, get back underneath that chin.
Trying to stretch out Zegers. He's trying to respond. Well, those are hurtful shots from Kelly.
They don't look like much, but it's like putting money in the bank. Put some pennies in there, throw a couple nickels and dimes with a little bit harder shots. They start adding up as the fight goes on. It also opens up the submission attempts.
He's looking for it again here. He's in that position of complete control, and he's got plenty of time here, Kelly. He's trying to set things up as he wants.
Well, Kelly's going to have to roll him over to the right side because he looks like he's trying to choke him with that right arm. We call that choking on the arm side, so he's going to have to try to get underneath the chin with that right arm.
There's more money in the bank there from Kelly.
That was more of a quarter. Sounded like a 50 cent.
It did. A minute survived here by Yellow Zegers, but that's all he's doing. Trying desperately to survive here.
What those shots are doing is it's opening up the chin. He's trying to get Zegers to really lift his chin to start defending, trying to hide his head some way, somehow. And then Kelly can go ahead and slip the choke underneath.
See those punch stats, 21 of 26 landed against 5 of 14.
When you're landing at 80% clip, that means that you're dominating this round or this fight.
By the patience as well of Kelly. And trying not to expend unnecessary energy here, isn't he? Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, but from this position, though, it's all about just hand jockeying. I'm constantly trying to switch my hands, keeping you guessing. You're defending one side, I attack from the other. You defend that side, I attack from the other. And eventually, I'm hoping to get my arm underneath the chin. I'm making you chase it. I'm making you feel like, I've got it. No, you don't. I've got it. No, you don't. And then you end up eventually getting it under the chin and getting the finish.
Don't put your fingers in his nose. Don't do that.
Hear that warning, don't put your fingers in his nose. He's managed to get to the final 30 seconds of this opening round, and that didn't look that likely when Kelly achieved this position. But how much damage has Kelly done anyway?
Seconds.
Dominant opening round from the Moville Mauler here.
Stop. It was just transition one after the next, and I looked and I saw once the takedown hit the ground, Kelly just out-positioned him the whole time. Great job, great performance in that round. And it started off from the takedown. Once he got to the takedown, look how he puts the right knee between, elevates, pulls him away from the fence like we've been talking about all night. And he used that knee to elevate him and his hips up in the air, and he twisted him in the air, put him down on the ground. And then when he gets to the back, he locks in that figure four. And once he's there, he doesn't have to let it go. He just starts letting the shots go. Some of them were worth a penny, some of them were worth a dime. I saw several that were probably a good 50-cent piece.
Hang right there behind that black line. Behind that black line, you're good. Are you ready? Ready? Round 2. Fight.
So we know what Dara Kelly is going to be trying to do as we start round 2, but he knows as well about the power of Jelle Zegers on his feet. He's very, very dangerous.
That's why I think Kelly needs to stay on right
hand.
side.
Did land from Zegers.
That reach is where he needed to keep that range. Pop the jab, circle, get out, pop the jab. Instead, he stood directly in front of him for too long and got hit with a nice clip.
Don't squeeze his throat. You can, there you go.
I wouldn't be surprised if Zegers, once he is able to kind of make space and get free, if he tries to back out and get it back to the feet. It would make sense.
Trying to land another big right hand there. Now he tries to wriggle away from this position. Of course, Kelly wants to try and turn it round and hang on to it.
Well, Kelly's in that deep half. He's going to look to try to come out on that backside and take the back from there. He's got him in the lockdown with the legs. He's got the underhook. So all he's got to do is just keep scooting out on that right side and eventually come up on the back.
One of the great fascinations of this sport, a seemingly dominant position can very, very quickly be turned against you.
There it is. Came back up to the feet, though. He lost the leg, couldn't get to the back, came out to the feet. Now he's in the body lock. Look for him to bounce him, elevate him again, maybe with the knees, and take him down, get him to the top position. There it is again. Right to the back, right to the hooks. Nicely done. He's going to look to solidify that figure 4 leg lock, or figure 4 lock around the waist.
And here we are again. This is where Kelly wanted to be.
It was just that one mistake by Zegers. He dropped him, rushed in, got stuck kind of in the deep half position, and now he ended up back on his feet and then lost the position, got taken down. Now he's on bottom. This is why I've continued to say it's very important after you hurt someone. Don't rush in. Pick and choose your shots. We saw that earlier with Josh O'Connor. We saw that earlier with some other guys that were fighting. They did great. They did a great job of landing big shots and not rushing in, not smothering their space, putting themselves in jeopardy. And Zegers, that's what he did. He rushed in, put himself in jeopardy, and ended up on bottom.
Well, someone wiser than me once said that only fools rush in, and that's what Zegers has found out here. It's more of the same here. It's more of those cents and dimes and the odd quarter that Josh was describing.
I mean, Kelly's got 5 minutes worth of ground control, and we're only in this fight about 8 minutes. That says a lot. And it's all been from this position here. The takedown, right to the back, into the figure 4, working for the submission.
Looking forward again there. The point that Josh always makes, of course, is they're not automata here. They will tire. The pressure will tell. Is it telling here from Kelly? Across the jaw rather than the neck, but it can be enough against a tired fighter.
That was a sneaky little move that Kelly did. It was he actually covered his mouth and then lifted the chin with one hand and then tried to slide his arm underneath with the other one. This is a tough position to be in because you know that it's so hard to defend, and you have to roll to the side. The legs are locked, so he can start trying to unlock it with his own leg. He's just not able to do it. Kelly's doing a great job of keeping him right in front of him so he can attack on both sides. With Zegers, he needs to pick a side and defend only that side. He needs to do it from the side that the feet are locked by Kelly. He's not doing that right now, and so that's why he's stuck defending both sides of the neck, because Kelly can attack with the right arm and the left arm from this position.
Zegers lost on debut against Senol Yazidje. Rear naked choke, and that was in round 1. The other loss, a unanimous decision. Last time, Kelly felt he was close again there, but only 10 seconds remaining in this second round.
It's okay, it's okay. He didn't mean to.
Oké, had hem net bijna, jongen. Die gaat er eruit volgen. Even cirkelen. Ja, jongen. Ja.
Hey, Derek, one shot, an overhand right. That's all he has. UFC 1, grab a little change, drive in. Okay. And if you're throwing the hooks in, and he's facing the match.
Hij vond de druk nou, hè. Hij kan je niet finishen. Jelle, hij wil niet met jou staan. Goed. Derde ronde, alles. Laatste ronde. Happy beard. One chance.
Seconds out. Last round. Round 3.
So our third and final round, Dara Kelly with the red gloves, the Moville Mauler, completely dominant, apart from that mini crisis at the start of round 2.
Fight!
Dropped by Zegers, but recovered very quickly and showed his dominance. And he'll want to do that. He'll want to try and find a finish as well. He knows that Zegers is dangerous still, on the feet.
This is where Zegers needs to fight the fight right here. And if he ends up in a
right hand from Zegers landed again.
Circle off the fence. This is exactly what he needs to do to get this win.
Kelly standing in front of him there, landed an uppercut of his own. Now he shoots.
Kelly needs to pull him away from the fence, lock to the body very nicely. Good. Worked his way up the body into this body lock. There's that lift to that takedown. Same takedown all 3 times.
Fascinating, those moments of jeopardy at the start of rounds 2 and 3 when Zegers started to land those shots. He's got to find a way to extricate himself here, Jelle Zegers. And of course, against someone as good as Dara Kelly, that is a lot easier said than done.
Nice little back elbow there right there by Zegers. He's got to work on framing that away, start looking to get up on that right arm, get back up to his knees, and then work his way up to his feet. And this is that uncomfortable feeling I keep telling you guys about. Put the forehead under the chin. Make them feel uncomfortable. Let them realize that they have to feel everything when it comes to me passing, when it comes to me putting my knee on their belly. They can't visualize and see it.
So he's managed to get back to his feet. Still, all the pressure here is from Kelly.
Nice takedown, though, by Zegers. The little hip toss, just step between the legs, elevated a little bit, got to the ground.
Can he make it count? He's want to put any kind of dent here in Kelly.
Like he needs to make space and get away. This is where he needs to take this fight, because this is the only way he's going to get this win.
And he didn't need this. He didn't need this. He worked so hard to get back to the feet.
And what the tendency is when you know you're down and you're getting fatigued and tired, you headhunt instead of just putting money in the bank. Touches here and there. Don't load up and just touch him, and the rest will happen.
Fascinating guy, Zegers wants to build, he says, a community farm and live off-grid in the forest. Spends his life helping people, trying to help himself here. As that money in the bank now is starting to tell, Zegers is tiring. Kelly cranks up the pressure again here.
It's stopped. It's going to be close to getting stopped. The ref's really taking a close look.
So a couple of looks, hasn't he, Blake Rice? 3 or 4 more shots and he might have to stop this. Now Kelly unloads and gets the win. The brave resistance of Jelle Zegers comes to an end, and the mobile mauler moves to 5-0. An exercise, of course, in skill, of course, in toughness, but in patience as well there from Dara Kelly.
It was all about the fight IQ, and the whole fight came down to it in this last round here was that he waited for him to for Zegers to go ahead and hit the big exchanges, and then ducked underneath the big combinations, got to the double leg, the lift, and got to the top pressure, controlled the mount positions, and did work. His fight IQ was on point from the beginning to this fight to the end of the fight. He got hurt in the second round. After he got hurt, he went back to the well, did what he knows he can do best. Came in on the deep path, got back to his feet, got the takedown, dominated the top position.
All smiles from Kelly. He's a good fella, Zegers. Putting more of a dent in him in the celebrations than he did during the fight. But all smiles between the two of them. And you'd watch Zegers again with that power. It's not going to be in too many boring fights. Let's get to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, referee Blake Grice steps in, waves off the contest. Due to unanswered strikes, official time, 3 minutes, 42 seconds into round number 3 for the winner by TKO, Dara, the Mobile Mauler Kelly.
So Dara Kelly, always impressive, and in the end, he found that finish. Well done to him. Emails and text messages are flooding in from ballet dancers all over the world, so myself and Josh are going to deal with that. Let's get to another man who's a serious mover, Aiden Power.
Poor Dave Farah, suffering once again with people getting into his DMs. Bellator 299 main card kicking off at 4 o'clock Eastern on Showtime with the big hitters Sabah Homasi and Levon Chokeli going after it in the welterweight division. And we finished tonight in Dublin with Homasi's teammate Johnny Eblin, the undisputed middleweight king, making the second defense of the belt against England's Fabian Edwards. An American top team well represented in Dublin tonight. We've got 3 fighters on the card. We also have the likes of Dustin Poirier and Mike Brown in town, and also this man has made the trip from Florida, from American top team. It's the one and only King Mo, and here he is with Amanda on why the champion is the man to get it done tonight.
So what's up? Y'all ready to see Johnny retain or what?
He's very humble. He says, I don't necessarily put myself up with the very top of the top of the guys who train in ATT. Where do you put him?
I put him at the top. Everyone puts him at the top besides himself. That's why he works so hard, because he's trying to get there. He's already there. We know it. He just doesn't claim it because he wants to work that much harder. You know, Johnny is a special fighter. I think he's the best 185 fighter in the world, future Hall of Famer. He can do whatever he wants. He's that slick and smooth. He's that good. He's a chameleon. He can do it all.
What do you think about this upcoming fight?
The fight's already done. The moment Fabian signed the contract, it's already over. He already has a loss on his record. He just don't know it yet. And still, Johnny Eblen.
King Mo, what a fighter, what a coach, and indeed, what a character. And so many good lines from that chat with Amanda that didn't even make the cut. My favorite being, he's going to cook him like a spaghetti noodle. Dave, I know you're a big fan of poetry. How do you rate that one?
It's all right. It's not up there, but it's not in this country, not in this city. I quoted W.B. Yeats in the intro, for goodness sake. But anyway, good fun from Aiden Power. And look at this. The place is really starting to buzz here now. Fantastic place to be. And that main card awaits us. And as I said before as well, let's not forget the rest of the prelims. There's so much action to come. There's the, I suppose you call him now, the familiar face of Piotr Niedzielski. Kind of threw away his fight against Richie Smullen here. Really frustrated by that, but he's got his hands full, unquestionably, here tonight. Hassan Magomed Sharipov will be up against Piotr Niedzielski. These final moments before a fight. I remember you talking really well about this, about the feeling when you walk sort of in front of your team and you realise you're on your own at this point, and these are tough moments when you're a fighter, no matter how experienced.
It's a lonely walk. You know, once you break that locker room and you get going down that hall, it's a lonely walk. And for this young man that's coming out right now, Hassan Magomed Sharipov, he's only 22 years old, and that's going to be one of the things that I highlight on the tail of the tape. This is age, he is heads and shoulders above a lot of young talent at 22 years old. Fantastic fighter, and I'm telling you guys are in for a treat right now to watch him fight.
Well, he's in, and he's ready to go. Nijelski, late replacement here, keeps himself fit. Here is our tale of the tape then. 10 years between them. Josh, take it away on that.
10 years young, but he also trains with his brother Zabit. And Zabit is one of the most phenomenal fighters ever in the world, and he comes from a great camp. He's trained with a lot of top-level competition. There's nothing that Nijelski is going to bring to the table that he hasn't seen, so I'm excited to see this young man perform tonight.
He is always entertaining. Let's get now to Michael C. Williams.
Here at 3 Arena in Dublin, we've got featherweights once again inside the Bellator cage as we're set for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing first the blue corner at 5'9", weighing in 147.8 pounds. His professional record, 17 wins, 6 losses. Introducing Piotr Nijelski. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5'11", weighing in 145.6 pounds. He's undefeated as a professional, 8 victories without a defeat, presenting Hassan Magomedov. And in charge, your referee, Mark Goddard.
So Magomed Sharipov with that little smile on his face. Nijelski will know how good he is. Nijelski himself, very, very good. Great night on his Bellator debut in Paris against Pedro Carvalho. Good boxing work that won him that fight. He's going to need a bit more than that here against the richly talented Hassan Magomed Sharipov, Josh.
Yeah, Hassan is just so explosive. He'll do things that you wouldn't normally think someone would do in a real fight. You might practice it in the practice room, but doing it in a live fight is just something that he's willing to try. It just comes second nature to him. He'll jump off the fence, or he'll do, he'll do a rolling thunder kick. He'll do whatever it takes. He's very flashy, great side kicks. He mixes it up very well with his hands and his kicks, and he can wrestle and grapple.
Says that he's ready for anything stylistically. He always tells us not to blink, so go on. We're here, eyes wide open, waiting to see what you're going to do.
Snatch single, beautifully done. Pressing Nijelski to the fence. Jockeying for that position, put his head right there inside the ear hole of Nijelski. That's controlling him. When you move, I can feel you move. Now I know where you're going. And then he just stepped across the body, bounced him off the fence, and twisted him down. In that top position.
Watch the back of the head. Watch the shots.
Nijelski staying active.
Watch the back of that head. Don't do it again.
So the warning there from Mark Goddard.
He's holding your wrist. Keep going.
Really just jockeying for position right now. Look for him to try to posture up, lay down some heavy leather, and then maybe pop back down to control the position again. I mean, the guys that he trains with, I mean, Aljamain Sterling, he'll train with Magomedov. You know, they're out of the New Jersey area. They're training there. Plus, when he trains back at home with his brother Zabit, I mean, he's got high-level training partners all across the board. He's only 22 years old at 8-0. Phenomenal, phenomenal fighter.
Strong man, though, Nijelski. Awkward as well. And that inside leg kick. Look course, he's a proud man with a good record, with good wins. He won't want to just be the B-side here. He wants to come here and land shots like that.
That was a nice little switch stance. So he went to fake the kick, and then he brought it right back behind him, almost like a little bit of a Superman punch. Nicely done by Nijelski. You saw Hassan just kind of give a little smirk, like, you got me.
I was about to comment on that he does have that sort of smile playing across his lips. It must be quite unnerving when you're fighting someone like that.
I always loved to smile when I was fighting. I enjoy what I do. You can tell that a lot of these fighters that are out here, like David Galan, he loves fighting. It's something we live for. You get out there, there's nothing that's going to compete with it.
He's looking to unload a big left hand there. Sharapov looks like a man that's being presented with a puzzle here, and it's just trying to find a solution. Look at that knee there, sneakily, Magomed Sharapov.
A lot of it just looks so effortless. It's the way that they transition. You know, he missed his combination. He tried to get in on the double unders, couldn't get it, but he kept his feet moving, driving into him, crushed the space, got the lock, crushed under the fence. Nijelski with a great job of breaking away.
20 seconds remain in this opening round. Nijelski's done a pretty good job so far, but he's in there with someone who's just outstanding.
A little thumbs up there to let the ref know, I'm good, don't stop this fight.
There it is again.
Very close round, though. Very close round. Nijelski showed that he has the power, he's the strength to stop a lot of the takedown attempts from Hassan. And then Hassan just got to be a little more active. It's hard, though, when you're battling someone who is that strong, physically strong, and is able to put your lights out with one touch.
I'm not going to let you get away with saying very close round and not telling me who you're going to give it to.
I'm going to give it to Hassan only because of the takedowns and the control. He actually had a lot more action than he was doing, not just being defensive. You see Magomedov right there in his corner coaching him. One of our best 135-pounders in the world.
Tak samo, on raz zaboksuje i zostaje bez techniki. Przepuszczasz go raz atak.
So round number 2. Hassan Magomed Sharapov and Piotr Nijelski, the enigmatic man from Poland. Win against Carvalho. You know, they often say top-level sport. Of course, it's about ability and application and all of those things, but it's about decision-making. He made some really bad decisions against Smulin, and then Eblin he could easily, but he could certainly have won those fights. And wouldn't put it past him to put on a big display here. He's got so much ability. Magomed Sharapov needs to be careful, certainly in terms of being active, as Josh was saying.
Yeah, and Nijelski's just going to have a little bit more offense. He's waiting too much for Hassan to get off first. Nice spinning attack right there. You can see that Nijelski's he's afraid to extend himself too much. He's afraid to pull the trigger first. He wants to be that counter puncher.
He's ready to counter, but the problem he's got is that Magomed Sharapov's got so many things in his toolbox. Plenty more offensive weapons.
Circled away from the kick, caught it so he didn't take all the damage and the punishment from the kick, and then swept the outside, the back leg out. Nicely done. Now he's on top of the guard. Now he's got to get busy, though. That first round was close. I mean, I had it for Magomed Sharapov, but it could have went either way.
It's the difference, as you often say, between working in that top position and just being in it. You can't just be in it.
No, you've got to be active. You've got to try to make it active there. So you could say in Nijelski, look, he's going for the guillotine. He puts his arm over the head and it looks like it was guillotine. The last round ended with Magomed Sharapov in the guillotine position.
5 wins via guillotine. Nijelski all night long against Smullin. He was looking for the guillotine and his arm's tired and it cost him.
Well, you see Nijelski's corner yelling at him, elbow from the bottom, elbow from the bottom. They're imploring him to just be active.
See, again, he's looking for that familiar position, Nijelski.
You know what happens, right, is that guys that are normally physically strong, they normally have a really good arm and guillotine. Patricio Pitbull, his arm and guillotine is probably one of the best, if not the best in the game. They rely on it as if, like, how power punchers and boxers rely on their big power, and they just let rounds slip away, or they chase the knockout and never get it sometimes. I see that with Nijelski. He did that in one of his fights also, where he kept chasing the guillotine, kept chasing it, and it was never there. So he's got to be cautious and careful of that, of giving up minutes and rounds, potentially losing the fight because of that.
On that subject, though, I tell Roman Debienne to keep chasing that right hand for a while. Yes. He's okay. Well, he's okay right now.
What he does that's different, though, is that he follows up. He doesn't just throw the 1, maybe the 2. He throws 1 and then 2 and 3 and 4. And one of them, if it lands, puts you out. Nice pass into the top position.
Really smart from Magomed Sharapov.
Oh, he's in that side choke position there. He's got to get his body flat, head closer. Now he wants to put the crown of his head to the crown of Nijelski's, and that'll make it tight.
Look how quickly he's got himself into this position.
Look for him. If Nijelski rolls towards his left, look for Hassan. Oh, he looks like he's about to tap.
He taps. Magomed Sharapov gets it done. He's just Quicksilver.
That little moment right there was what makes this sport great. The two of them on their knees realizing, you're tough. No, you're tough. It was a moment to capture. Very nice.
Yeah, that was great. I'm sure someone did capture it. I don't think it was just you're tough as well. I think it was a nod of you're good. Fair enough, you got me there. You're good. And two nice guys. And Magomed Sharapov, boy, he is good. And watching his journey is going to be absolutely fascinating going forward.
So the takedown comes off, he catches the leg. Notice how he's circling away from the power. Captures the leg, kicks the back leg out, and puts himself into guard. I think a lot of people try to force that pass sometimes too much. He was okay with throwing himself into the guard. Now, when he gets to this side control position, he has the side choke. Most people like to lay flat. I saw Nijelski start to look like he was going to roll away, but then he just sucked it in a little bit deeper, gave a nice little squeeze. This is a choke you don't have to squeeze too hard. You just got to let it set in, and it'll eventually come. Great job by Hassan Magomed Sharapov. Fantastic job. Great win. 22 years old. It's remarkable how good he is for so young.
It is otherworldly. It really is from Hassan Magomed Sharapov to be that good at that age. There's talent at 22, and then there's that. Just remarkable. Let's get to Michael C. Williams. Let's get to Michael C. Williams now.
The Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of an arm triangle. Official time, 3 minutes, 58 seconds into round number 2 for the winner. By submission, Hassan Magomed Sharapov.
Yeah, great win for Hassan Magomed Sharapov, and great night so far here in Dublin. Terrific action, and of course, there is so much more to come. My thanks to Josh Thompson, who's going to go and join Amanda and Aiden and co at the fight desk. Much, much more to come from Josh, but what a pleasure after 1,566 days back together again with Josh. That was terrific fun. Thank you so much for that.
Blast.
A handshake from Josh. Marvelous stuff. That's made my night. And talking of the night, there's so much more to come with Big John McCarthy, with Amanda Guerra, with Aiden Power, with Josh Thompson, and of course with the one and only Mauro Ranallo as well. And loads more prelim action to come before the main card.
It's the biggest event of the year, October 7th from San Diego, California, Bellator 300. The promotion celebrates its most stacked show ever with an unheard of 4 World Championship fights. Reigning heavyweight champion Ryan Darth Vader puts his belt on the line against the #1 ranked Linton Big Swarm Vassell. Then Chris Cyborg is back in action to defend her featherweight strap against top-ranked Alpha Kat Zingano. Undefeated lightweight title holder Usman Nurmagomedov takes on Brent Primus in the World Grand Prix semifinals. The winner, who's one step closer to the $1 million cash prize. And flyweight champion Liz Carmouche faces former champ and training partner Alima Lay McFarland in a battle at 125. Then, November 17th from Chicago, Yaroslav Amosov returns to defend his welterweight belt against the ass-kicking machine, Jason Jackson. Bantamweight champ Sergio Pettis and recent Grand Prix winner in the bantamweight division, Tachi No Love Mix, fight to see who's best at 135 pounds. And Alexander Shabli meets Patricky Pitbull in the semis of the lightweight World Grand Prix. Bellator MMA, where warriors rule.
I'm ready for battle, I'm ready to fight. This is my legacy, this is my right.
The Bellator cage has landed.
Fear my roar. I am a soldier. Ready for war. Oh my God! I'm taking what's mine, I'm taking what's mine. Ready to come.
Bellator MMA, Eblin versus Edwards, live today at 4.
We are doubling your pleasure, doubling your fun with broadcast teams. Big John McCarthy, Mauro Ranallo here at Cage Side. You are looking at the 3 Arena as we continue with preliminary action as part of Bellator 299. It culminates with a middleweight championship fight. The undefeated Johnny Eblin defends against #1 contender Fabian Edwards, who is looking to join his older brother Leon as a world champion.
He is looking to join his brother as a world champion. He has a very good chance because he's so talented. He has got incredible speed, big power, long range, a lot of things to deal with. But Johnny Eblin, ooh, look out.
Yeah, Johnny Eblin is yet to lose a round unanimously in his 13 pro fights, has really blended his boxing and wrestling beautifully. It's a captivating showdown. It is your main event for Bellator 299 coming up later tonight on Showtime. And we continue to roll here at the 3 Arena with more action as part of the Bellator 299 preliminary card. And boy, this is a very intriguing matchup between Luka Poit, who created one of the more unique submissions you will ever see in MMA, the Lukinator, against Roman Feraldo, looking to bounce back from his first defeat.
His very first defeat, but take a look at those records. 9-1 for Luka Poit, 8-1 for Roman Feraldo. They go at it differently. One's a great grappler, one's the one keeping the stand-up. Who's the man that can keep this fight where they want it?
With the official introductions, here is Michael C. Williams.
Tonight here, Bellator 299, the prelims move now to the welterweight division, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner at 6'1", weighing in 170.8 pounds. His professional record, 8 victories, just 1 loss by way of Key West. He fights out of Coconut Creek, Florida, USA, presenting vicious Roman Feraldo.
Hassan.
And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 169.8 pounds. He too stands near perfect, bringing 9 wins with just 1 loss by way of Moldova. He fights out of Dublin, Ireland. Introducing Luka Poit. And the referee, Blake Rice.
Poit on a 9-fight win streak. His only defeat was in his pro debut back in 2012.
All right, here we go. Roman, you ready? Luka, you ready? Fight!
Feraldo He fights out of American Top Team. He is coming off his first loss. We mentioned that loss to Levan Chokali, who has quickly become the ATT Hunter. Back-to-back wins over fighters from American Top Team. We'll kick off the main card, John, with Sabaho Masi trying to avenge that.
Another fighter from American Top Team, absolutely.
Against Chokali.
Roman Feraldo's come out and done exactly what he needs to do in this. Start to establish that beautiful low leg kick. He hits that calf kick hard, and he's already put 2 dents on Poit's left leg.
Poit with the, looking for the low single. Potential ankle pick. Well scouted by Feraldo, and we mentioned Poit and the Lucanator. In his last fight, he defeated Oliver Enkamp, who introduced the buggy choke to Bellator MMA.
Well, Luca Poit is absolutely a killer on the ground. His ground game is vicious, and he's so controlling that you see guys have problems getting away from him. But he's looking a little bit anxious here, and he's a little bit desperate at the beginning off of those 2 low calf kicks.
And we were interested to see how Feraldo would respond. Again, you start your career with 8 consecutive wins, 8 knockouts. Life is beautiful, and then you get taken down both metaphorically and literally right now by Poit, and yet pretty good start for Feraldo until we'll see how he adjusts to this position against Poit.
Great start for Feraldo, but this is where Poit wants to be. But a great job of putting his back up against the cage immediately, because he knows he can use that as a balance point to get himself back to his feet. But Poit is very adept at moving himself side to side and finding that mistake that someone makes in their defense and putting on incredible submission. So we'll see how he gets a hold of the position here against Feraldo.
Poit turned 34 on Thursday. It's called foreshadowing. We're in a bit of a Bellator birthday bonanza this month. We'll tell you more as the evening unfolds. And there's Poit looking for the guillotine. Is it arm in?
And quickly establishing, grabbing that neck. And when you see Feraldo roll through there, you know that it's tight. It's on right now. That is tight. Feraldo's in trouble. Very simply put, that was not the Lucanator. That's a Darce. But he put it on quick, and he was right on top of him. He never gave space, and that's what you're looking for.
Giving you space to make that connection, because very, very much so. A guy who, by the way, he'd been practicing the Lucanator, the modified arm triangle choke, repeatedly. It's not something that spontaneously happens, but Luca Poit, he is a menace on the mat.
He is a menace. It's a great way of looking at it. And he's so calm once he hits the ground. That's his world. He knows, I have got this. And take a look at this on top, just tight as can be. He's got that arm across. That was just a beautiful submission by Luca Poit. The guy has got game, and man, he is a killer on the ground.
His second victory via Darce choke. The first came in just 22 seconds in July of last year against Dragan Pesic. So Luca Poit, whether it's Darce choke, whether it's the Lucanator, a guillotine, a rear naked choke, man, he attacks your neck like a vampire. And just when we were singing the praises, and rightfully so, for Roman Feraldo and how he bounced back from that loss to Chokali, and this is what it's all about. This is why these athletes spend countless hours in the gym with the proverbial blood, sweat, and tears, so they can share the blood, sweat, and the real tears with the family. What a moment for Luca Poit and his children. And that's now 10 wins in a row for Poit, 2 losses in a row for Feraldo. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. The Darce choke ends it. The tap officially 2 minutes, 18 seconds into round number 1. The winner by submission, Luca Poit.
How do you celebrate turning 34 on Thursday? By delivering yourself a gift and proving to the world you're a submission savant. Luca Poit make it 10 wins in a row, his 6th via submission. He's a bad man. Let's go to Amanda Guerra at the fight desk.
Good evening to you. Good day to you if you are in the States watching us. Amanda Guerra, Josh Thompson, Aiden Power with us. Aiden, you've been on the desk all evening thus far. How's it been going?
Well, I tell you what, it's flown by. I mean, we kicked off these prelims at 4 o'clock local time, whatever time that might be for you, but they have zip past. We've had our man on commentary. Some surprises, some upsets, but some terrific contests.
Well, Aiden, I'm glad your friends finally joined you at the desk because you've been solo all night and been holding it down for all of us here at the desk. Great job, by the way.
I wasn't lying when I said I had friends coming in. Here they are.
You do have friends. I did take a nap while you guys were doing all the hard work.
That is a little bit of a stretch, though, whether we're friends.
Okay, John. You know what? You're going to eat your words here in about 45 seconds. All right, we have our main event tonight. It is the middleweight world championship between Fabian Edwards and our champ, Johnny Eblin. But the other main event this week, this is what you don't know is coming. Happy birthday, Josh Thompson. We have this show.
Who did this?
It's the birthday boy. Wow, he grew up. Wow, he grew up.
No. We wanted an opportunity, I don't know what that face is, to say how much we love you.
Oh, thank you.
All of us. Look at all the fun we've had. I've been with you for nearly 2 years now. Aiden, you've actually known Josh longer than I have. Has he matured?
From our first time,
matured?
Bellator in Birmingham, about 4.5 years. Has he matured?
No.
No. What do these photos, what do these videos tell you?
This week, we all went out to celebrate Josh's birthday. There's a lot of crew you never see behind the scenes.
Thankfully, you can't hear us singing.
A nice little bow there. Any birthday moment you would like to say? A birthday speech, if you will?
It's so nice to be with family and friends, and everyone here has been a blessing, and the last couple years of my life has been amazing working with you guys, both of you guys. I never thought it'd be so close, and I never thought it'd be so close, and I'm definitely honored to have everyone that works behind the cameras and in front of the cameras with us. I'm blessed.
We're going to talk about our main event later. We want this whole segment to be about you. We're going to send it to Morrow and Big John. You guys have worked with Josh for a very long time now. All the love for this guy.
Oh, my God. Let me just say this. Josh Thompson, I want to tell you, happy birthday, my brother. I'm telling everyone, you're 45. You're not 50. You're lying. If anyone hears him say 50, he's lying.
Right.
But you're my brother from another mother. Love you, brother, and it's been outstanding just working with you.
Thank you, brother.
Man, Earth, Wind, and Fire's favorite month. A lot of birthdays being celebrated. JT will always remember you and Melendez. Hey, I will remember your trilogy. I will never remember your fight psychology. You want to get the best of me with bars? Then you better go and search for your stars on 45.
Bring it. We got a fight in our hands.
That's my guy. That's my guy right there. I love it.
Happy birthday, Josh.
Thank you.
Let's get this party of pain started, shall we? We continue with a matchup at 140 pounds, and a local favorite, Kieran Clark. He takes on Zemplog Gourney. Again, a contract weight of 140 as this crowd is ready for liftoff.
Absolutely. You are looking at a contracted weight most of the time. You're seeing Kieran Clark fight at 135, the bantamweight division. They agreed to fight at 140 pounds. Both came in under that weight like they're supposed to. That's why you see that 139.6 and 139.2.
So Kieran Clark undefeated at 7-0. Grew up here in Ireland, training with SBG Ireland under the tutelage of John Kavanagh. Finally makes his way inside the Bellator MMA cage, where he is welcoming Przemysław Gourney to Bellator MMA. And with the official introductions, here's MC Dub.
Tonight here, Bellator 299, we're set for a feature fight scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds at a contract weight of 140 pounds. And now first, we introduce the blue corner at 5'6", weighing in 139.2 pounds, making his Bellator debut. He brings 5 wins, 3 losses out of Stargard, Poland, presenting Przemysław, the Polish War Gourney. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'6", weighing in 139.6 pounds. Tonight, he enters undefeated, 7 professional victories, no losses from Drogheda, County Louth, Ireland. Introducing Kieran And when the bell rings, the referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Kieran Clark, born and bred in Bellator MMA, all 7 of his fights coming inside this cage. For Gourney, it's his Bellator debut, and let's soak up the atmosphere, shall we?
Just a little bit.
Early pressure being put on by Clark. Gourney circling to his left away from the cage, and there's that lead hand battle. Clark doing a good job parrying and setting up that left, which immediately leads to a level change and a takedown attempt by Clark. Beautiful sequence.
A beautiful sequence based upon utilizing his hands to close that distance. Don't just shoot blind. Use your hands, put something in front of him, and get the fight to the ground where you do your best work.
First takedown tabulated by Clark, and he'll look to make it count. I was told I'd get to save my voice here in Ireland because the crowd takes over, and I love every second of it. 90,000 at Wembley for the 2017 Boxing Fight of the Year. Could not imagine Anthony Joshua, Vladimir Klitschko, and the Sweet Carolina, and I know it's a tradition here at this venue, which has quickly become a combat sports cathedral.
Absolutely. It is so special to watch fights, especially live here from Dublin at the 3 Arena. It's an amazing, amazing venue.
Amazing start by Clark. Has to watch the up kicks from Gourney.
This really is an amazing start because most of the time, Clark is a slow starter, and it takes time for him to build. You know, he's 7-0, Morrow, and that's really impressive, but he had over 20 amateur fights, and he had a lot of losses in there, and he just kept getting better and better in building, and now as a pro, he's 7-0.
He's unblemished as a professional. Started boxing at the tender age of 12, took up MMA at 15, and has been a pro now for 4 years. And again, let's not forget, made his professional debut under the bright lights of Bellator MMA. That's how much they saw in terms of potential.
And that's because of all that experience he got as an amateur. He went through the hard times. He didn't just jump in as a pro. He wanted to learn. He did. And now he has been devastating, especially when the fight gets to the ground.
Oh, there's that up kick I warned him about, and it's beautifully executed. Gourney right on the button. Clark is stunned, and Gourney turning the tables midway through the first. Mamma mia, what an up kick. And we saw it coming, John. There was that potential. Clark was dancing with fire. Dancing with Dante's Inferno.
He was jumping in and out, and it was that opportunity. It connected. He's back. You can see that he's back. He's doing the smart thing of trying to hold on.
He's recovered enough to close the guard and try to clear the cobwebs. But this is a position, of course, that Clark is very comfortable and starting to deliver elbows. Beautiful cartwheel escape attempt there by Gourney, who's been studying the likes of Kazushi Sakuraba and Mauricio Shogun Hood, doing his homework, John.
Yeah, Gourney just needs to get his hands off of the mat a little bit here. He's utilizing head pressure well. There's a beautiful sweep by Kieran Clark.
Wow, scintillating sweep. What a start to this fight. Both fighters having memorable moments with just over 90 ticks left in the first round.
You saw Kieran Clark snatch that straight arm lock and bring him over with that elevator sweep. That was beautifully done.
Elevator went up and came crashing down for Gourney. A minute 18 now left, and Clark looking to take the back against the fence. Trying to get the hook, has one hook in, looking to rear mount now, John, looking for that rear naked choke. He has one submission win via RNC, and that came in September of last year against Rafael Hudson at Bellator 285.
Gourney's in a position, he just needs to make sure that he's at least controlling one of the hands of Kieran Clark. He cannot allow Kieran to freely move and be able to lock up that rear naked choke that has got him so many wins. Got the figure 4 body lock in now. And here's where, if you're Kieran Clark, you should try to keep him on his stomach. It's more pressure, it makes him work harder. But Kieran Clark is absolutely in control again.
Interesting, we're seeing shades of what could come in the main event, the body triangle and an up kick. Fabian Edwards has employed those two techniques to great style in earning his first world title shot, especially the up kick against his opponent back in 2019, Falco Nito. How many did he take, John, before he finally went down?
It was top 4 of them, man. It was like one after the other, but
fantastic start here to this fight between Kieran Clark and Przemysław Gourney.
That's what gets him about. Not plotting for he's immediately giving his space.
Here's a replay of that up kick right here. Watch the heel just smash Kieran Clark right in the jaw, puts him back. You see he's in a position to defend himself. He brings his feet up, so that right there is kind of telling you he's still there, but that definitely got him. Here you look at that. Here's the sweep, going for the straight arm lock. Look at that elevator sweep with the leg up. Beautifully done by Kieran Clark. Just absolute textbook.
Ready? Ready? Come on, fight.
Oh, beautiful left hook to kick off round 2 for Gourney. Ripped the left hook to the body. And now again, that lead hand battle begins as Gourney tries to find the range with a inside low kick and misses with the overhand right. Good feint by Clark.
Clark is in that position. He's really closing and crushing that range on Gourney, and we know that he's going to shoot. There you go.
On cue. We're kind of predicting things here tonight, John. Usually I'm Nostradamus. Tonight, not bad.
There you go, man. I'm part of that club. Again, but he was on the ground.
There, good referee right on it.
Hey, up. Go stay in that post right there. Come here, stay. No, come here. Hey, over there. Come here. Doc, come here.
Kieran Clark should definitely take his time here. Watch what occurs more.
Kieran, over here,
he pushes off. Kieran's got his knee on the ground. You see that heel right action, and you see the reaction as it freezes Kieran Clark. I'm not sure that he should actually continue on in the fight. He's going to want to. I know him.
Let's listen.
Sorry? Yeah? Good to go? Yeah. In your zone. It's good to go? Yeah.
One more look at this. Watch. He's an up fighter. Now he's down. That knee's on the ground, and he gets kicked right in the jaw.
Come here.
And you see, look where his arm's at. He is hurt from that shot.
And the point being deducted by referee Brian Miner.
Knees and kick me ahead, okay?
Church bells will be ringing throughout Dublin on Sunday, but for Clark, his bell rung with an illegal
I know
kick.
You don't speak English. He was a down opponent. He hit him in the head. He can't do that, okay? Okay. All right.
Miner making sure that
you ready?
The Polish Wolf, Gourney, is told in Polish that he has to be careful, and there's a good sign of sportsmanship before they renew hostilities here with, man, so much going on in this fight, John, and just a minute has gone by here in the second.
Well, and what I'm trying to express to everyone is Kieran Clark was crushed by that kick. And you could see he was physically hurt by the way he fell, the arm going back. So now, Gourney hits him with a slight shot. It could put him out.
Made from that different cloth as he looks for the single leg. Good base by Gourney, underhook. But the tenacious Clark digging down deep, wanting to secure the takedown, has taken Gourney off his feet, but has him against the fence and delivering some short punches to the body.
You're also looking at a fighter in Gourney who's very lucky that Ryan Minor only took 1 point. Could have said that was intentional and took 2.
Well, you bring up salient points, John, because I'm receiving text actually from people saying they can't believe that Clark continued after watching the replay.
It's amazing. Just shows where his attitude is as far as a fighter.
That the stock here in Ireland, Fighting Irish for a reason.
Nice knee by Kieran Clark. He's just trying to ride the position, put weight on him, wear Gourney down.
Now you wonder the fact that he would have been...
That was a big knee.
Yeah, another big knee there, but Clark doing what's possible and, in fact, in a very advantageous position right now. And there's Gourney forced to go on his back, but now Clark from the half guard working on head and arm up top.
Gourney's in a tight...
And there it is. It's over. So coming back from getting rocked in the face with an illegal kick, Kieran Clark, he sees clearly. He sees another victory. He sees a submission win in front of a partisan crowd. Wow.
That's Kieran Clark not being able to let his people down, saying, oh no, I am going to go and continue on in this fight. I'm going to get the win the way I want to see it done. There's Clark. Take a look at his arm going flat out. That right arm, when he's trying to stop, he flattens out, and then here he comes back. He gets his hooks in, and right away starts to put pressure on Gourney. Makes him move, looking right into that position for the arm triangle. He's got it set, and he just starts to put on the squeeze. And at this point, he doesn't even try to get himself out of the half guard. He knows it's tight. He knows he's got it. And he just continues to keep that squeeze going until he gets the tap.
He is now 8-0 as a pro, 8-0 in Bellator MMA. Half his wins via that form of victory. The tap out, 3 were via rear naked choke. He now records his first arm triangle choke submission. Kieran Clark continues to rise in Bellator MMA. So Kieran Clark proves to be prophetic, predicts a submission win, gets one. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 2 minutes, 52 seconds into round number 2. The arm triangle brings on the tap of the winner by submission, and still undefeated, Kieran.
Kieran Clark is straight savage. Let's go to Big John McCarthy. And there's John Kavanagh. John Kavanagh with the photo bomb.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Kieran Clark. Kieran, many times you have slow starts. You didn't have a slow start in this one, but you made it exciting. He hit you with an up kick one time, and then he hit you with an illegal one. How hurt were you?
To be honest, the second one, I was playing a bit of a poker face there. Yeah, the second one there was, I didn't forget where it was right now, but yeah, I was a bit hurt there. I just played the poker face, but as I said, I have great faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, and I just asked him to give me strength, and this is where he showed me character. I want to say thanks to these 2 men here, John Kavanagh. Without him, I wouldn't be here. That's a fact. My brother Darryl Clark has been rocking me life. All my support, my gym, SPG Ireland, all my sponsors. The main man, #1.
I want to congratulate you on a beautiful submission win. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your own Kieran Clark.
Kieran Clark continues to dazzle with his thrilling performances. and he has definitely staked his position as one of the hottest prospects on the Bellator MMA roster. Kieran Clark is now 8-0 as a pro. The prelims roll on from Dublin, Ireland.
From the gym to the streets, Bellator fans head to BellatorShop.com and gear up in the same apparel the fighters wear.
I'm ready for battle, I'm ready to fight. This is my legacy, this is my right.
The Bellator cage has landed.
Bellator MMA, Eblin versus Edwards, live today at 4.
Welcome back to Bellator 299 in Dublin, Ireland. The main card getting underway at 4 Eastern on Showtime, 9 here in Dublin. Of course, our main event, you get the champ, Johnny Eblin, in the middleweight world championship, putting his belt on the line for a second time, going up against the #1 contender in Fabian Edwards. Edwards looking to make history tonight to join his brother, Leon Edwards, as a champion. We have Peter Queally here coming up in the prelims in just a little bit. The crowd's going to go crazy for him. We know they're going to go crazy for Sinead Kavanagh when they make it to the main card as well. And Josh has gone full Irish on me up here. What is this? I also want people to know how we did the birthday shout out. We're done with that. Yeah. I took a picture of you and you go, man, I am good looking.
It's the jawline. I got to give myself credit. I was born this way. I don't know what it is. But look, I love coming to Ireland. I got to show respect. I love this arena. I love the fans. The people here are absolutely amazing. Yes, I can see.
Can you see?
You look stunning, by the way.
I think that's the glasses talking. All right, take those glasses off. Let's talk about the main event. Coming up tonight, as I mentioned, the middleweight world championship. Johnny Eblin going up against Fabian Edwards. Fabian, the #1 contender, earning that title shot after he beat Gegard Mousasi earlier this year in Paris. There was a stare down between Johnny Eblin, who was at that fight, and Fabian Edwards at the time. They started to go at it, and then they started to go at it again. So they have been circling each other for months, Josh. Look, this is what happened. We're going to see it here in a second at the weigh-ins between Johnny and Fabian. What do you think about the beef brewing between these two?
Well, Johnny Eblin's normally calm, cool, collective. All of those things. He's got a lot of respect for the opponents he's faced in the past, from Tokov to Gegard. But there's something on a little chip on his shoulder for this fight against Fabian Edwards. He doesn't like the way that Fabian Edwards acts. He thinks he's more of a brat, almost like...
And those are his words, not yours, by the way. Those are his words.
And he just thinks he's a little bit more spoiled, a little bit more of a brat. And he wants to go out there and just show that I'm going to dominate this guy from beginning to end.
So you mentioned a little bit of a different Johnny Eblin we're seeing going into this, more of the chip on his shoulder. You know, look, he has all the confidence in the world, and he should. His record stands for itself. He's still undefeated, 13-0. But what about Fabian? You think he's pretty calm? I mean, that's not necessarily calm, but you think he's pretty calm coming into this?
Yeah, Fabian's always been kind of cool, calm, collective. He said, though, in this camp, he's been a lot more calm. Almost like this whole week during fight week, it's like, I know it's my shot at a title. You only get one opportunity for your first title shot, and this is it. I want to make sure I capitalize. He feels very confident. He's got all the talent, all the abilities, athleticism, everything. He's just got to go out there and pull the trigger. His 2 losses come from him just not pulling the trigger, or not really sense of urgency to get back to his feet. But he's fixed those things. He's made some changes. He is a lot better fighter right now, and he proved that against Gegard.
I've been with Bellator for almost 2 years now. It'll be 2 years in October. This might be my favorite fight that I am so anxious to see on our main event tonight. For now, we'll continue the prelims, and back to more Ronaldo.
All right, thank you very much, Amanda and JT. Middleweights will take center stage in tonight's main event with the title on the line, but two middleweights in the twilight of their respective careers go at it here on the prelims, as we will see Gregory Bebienne against Charlie Ward. Bebienne 39, Ward 42. Bebienne, though, has only had 4 professional fights, all wins.
And now, we'll welcome to the cage, relentless, Charlie Ward.
Pick your jaw up, John.
Okay,
I meant Bellator MMA. He's undefeated at 4-0, but yeah, 39. He has a little more experience,
just a couple
22
more.
and 11. So has been around the block so much that there is now a groove in the sidewalk, and he wants to find his groove. But here we go with his the opponent here is Charlie Ward. He is 42 years of age, John. Again, age is nothing but a number these days, isn't it?
Well, it really is. You know, and Charlie Ward's that guy that he actually started in the sport late. He didn't do this when he was a young man at 20-some years old. He started late, but he is still that guy. He's got rocks in his hands. He's got power. He's got a rock for a chin, and he's always looking to improve. The one thing I really love about Charlie Ward, he has become a guy that can grapple. He hated grappling. He knew that he had to do it. He can actually grapple down. He's going to end up having to, because I see Bebienne trying to take him down.
Yeah, he learned to hate grappling when he lost to Fabian Edwards, who employed that body triangle. And, of course, Edwards now vying for the middleweight title. In fact, Ward looking to snap a 2-fight losing streak. And, you know, with each and every walk to the cage, you wonder when Father Time's going to say, hey, it's time.
You never know.
And now, his opponent.
Great when you see two guys that still are competing at this level at that age, and against each other, the speed is never in the equation.
You're used to seeing these ages at heavyweight. These two are fighting at middleweight. Let's go to Michael C. Williams.
And we welcome all those joining us tonight live on Virgin Media here in Ireland. Inside 3 Arena Bellator 299 goes now to the middleweight division. Scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds, we introduce the blue corner. at 5'11", weighing in 185.8 pounds. His professional record, 10 wins, 6 losses out of Mount Mellick, Ireland. Relentless Charlie. Across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 185.8 pounds. As a professional, 22 victories, 11 defeats. He fights out of Paris, France. Introducing Gregory Blade Barbet. And your referee, Mark Goddard.
19 of Baben's 22 wins have come inside the distance. And for Charlie Ward training at SBG Ireland, John Kavanagh will definitely be getting more than 10,000 steps just because of tonight's card, because athletes are up and down Bellator 299, and why not SBG, one of the top gyms on the planet, located here in Dublin. And we get things underway with 2 middleweights.
Charlie Ward even touches gloves hard.
Side kick there, and Ben trying to already attack the foundation Ward, swimming between orthodox and southpaw. And Boben overextends, almost knocked himself off balance with that lead left. And there, the feint, and then clocked Ward with the left, but Ward sitting down now. Ward is rocked, Ward's on his back. Boben is all over Ward with ground and pound.
Well, that's some big shots right there. Nice job by Charlie trying to fight his way through that, but now Boben is in his world. This is exactly where he wants to be. Look at him going for he's got that choke. Nice job by Charlie Ward.
Beautiful job by Ward to explode, but now still caught in the clutches of Boben. Swimming frantically, the guillotine choke. Ward trying to escape. It's over. Gregory Boben continues his torrid pace in Bellator. 5-0 with 5 first-round finishes. And he improves to 23-11 overall, but John, Gregory Boben at 39, he is like fine wine.
This is what I was talking about when we were going over the fights. Is the man goes after submissions. I love the way he attacks. He's relentless. Watch what occurs in this big thing, that beautiful left hand. It kind of starts, Charlie kind of leans forward, and then he hits that right hand right there. Here comes the left again. Charlie's going down. And this is Boben's world. When he gets in the top position and then starts looking for the submissions, look out. He tried to end it with strikes. That didn't happen. But watch when, here we're going to go over this again. Charlie got hit with a couple of shots. Beautiful right hand was the left hook was the last one that put him on his can. And Boben went after him. But it was the submission game again. That's what ended this fight, and it was his ability to switch. He had the neck, but he didn't have it the proper way. And then when you saw Charlie Ward trying to take him down, he's got the neck again, comes up in the top position. Now he's got a lot of power on that choke. Charlie is stuck. Beautifully done. Look at the leg position on Boben, controlling Charlie's left leg. Fantastic job by Boben.
8 consecutive wins, now 5-0. He's got 5 on it in the Bellator MMA cage. Gregory Boben, the blade is sharper than sharp. An incredible display, the aggression, the ruthlessness, the tenacity. And that is why Gregory Boben is victorious. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end officially. 1 minute, 3 seconds into round number 1. The tap by way of a guillotine. Your winner by submission, Gregory Blade Boben.
No surprise that a fighter from France sent someone to the guillotine. Gregory Blade Boben picks up the submission win. He's going to talk with Big John.
I'm here with your winner, Gregory Boben. That was explosive. You guys were swinging big shots. Both of you took some big shots. You were able to land that left hook that put him down. And then you went after him with the punches. What made you switch to say, no, I'm going after the neck?
First of all, thank you for all my family support me. here. I lost my dad 2 weeks ago, so this victory is for him and all my family. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for the support.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Gregory Bebienne.
We were unaware of Gregory Bebienne's personal situation, overcome with emotion after performing at the highest of his abilities, and his father with him for now and forever. And Gregory Bebienne, please accept our deepest condolences and congratulations on going 5-0 in Bellator. Let's go to Amanda Guerra.
Mauro Gregory giving a lot of love to his family, somebody else who's working to help her family. One of our own, Alimale McFarland. Before we continue tonight, we do want to mention, in early August, as all of us know, the devastating fires on the island of Maui impacted, displaced thousands of local families. Nearly 100 people died. But watching all of this dramatic footage unfold, Bellator flyweight former champion Alimale McFarland, she took action immediately. She put up this post, a fundraiser. She put it on Instagram. The goal was $1 million. That was met within days. The initial fundraiser, now sitting over $2.6 million, is only part of her many efforts. She's preparing for a second chance at Bellator as a flyweight champion in a world title bout against her very good friend and teammate Liz Carmouche. That is happening at Bellator 300 Saturday, October 7th. But if you would like to help Alimale, like to help those affected by the fires in Maui, all you have to do is scan that QR code and donate as well. Back here on the fight desk, Josh Thompson, let me ask you this, though. Look, we know Alimale, she was one of the most beloved fighters at Bellator across the world. Having this weigh on you, trying to prepare for a fight like that, I mean, that's got to be very, very difficult.
She tends to fight even more spectacular when there's more on the line than just the W. And I expect her to perform at the highest level, and against a former teammate and a friend in Liz Carmouche. There's a lot at stake. They've known each other for a long time. They've trained together for a long time, and they're very good friends. But they also understand there's a lot on the line, and that the winner gets to walk away with that title. But this is also an opportunity for her to bring more attention to what happened in Maui and how they can try to help people that have lost their lives, basically. People have lost their lives, but also lost their homes, they've lost everything, and they got to rebuild from the ground up. And so she's somebody that leads that forefront, and she's always been this person.
She's always been that way. She cares deeply about many things, and of course, her home state of Hawaii. We'll talk more about that at Bellator 300 coming up on October 7th. But let's continue. We're not at 300 yet. Bellator 299 tonight, taking a look at our main card tonight. Look, we're going to be talking about our main event all night between the champ, the middleweight champ, Johnny Eblen, Fabian Edwards. This entire card is loaded. These fights are phenomenal. Josh, give a little love to the first one, though. I was listening to your podcast with Big John, and you are so excited about that first fight.
I'm excited about it because Sabah Homasi, no matter what, he brings his A game. He always comes out to fight. He tries to get the finish. He never tries to leave it to the judges. He's got big power in his hands. He's proven that he can wrestle, and when he fights smart, using his fight IQ, he can show a dominant performance. Levon Chokleo has just come into his own. He's developed himself in understanding that I don't need to fight people at their strengths. I fight them at their weakness, and I'm better than them at their weakness. He's a better wrestler. He's a better striker. Whatever he can do, he's going to try to exploit Homasi's weakness, which that might be the wrestling and the grappling, but I think both of them are going to end up having to stand and trade quite a bit until one of them can get a takedown.
That is our first fight of the night. The second one equally as good, a battle of flyweights, two of them in the top 10. You get Mads Burnell going up against Daniel Weichel. Mads Burnell told us this week he wants to be standing over Daniel Weichel at the end of this fight because he feels like it takes the soul out of a man. I mean, that's a little intense, though. Daniel Weichel, though, nearing 60 fights, Josh. That is incredible.
Yeah, it's a lot. The experience is going to have to come through for Daniel Weichel in this fight because Mads Burnell has talked about, when I was a kid, I watched Daniel Weichel fight, That does something to a fighter. I got to be honest. You're thinking to yourself.
I have a line. You know what it is. I'm saving it for the main card.
That's good. That's good. Let's keep. I told you that in confidence.
Yeah. It's gonna come
But this is going to be fun. This is one of those fights where Daniel Weichel's going to have to use his experience, stick and move, and he can take the fight anywhere. But Mads Burnell, being the younger fighter, going to press that pace. He's going to have to implement his. He's going to have to push and force him into that fight.
Mads, always fun to talk to. Aiden, we decided to put him back to work. He caught up with Mads backstage.
Thanks, guys. In the locker room with Mads Burnell, who tonight fights Daniel Weichel. This is a fight you've been calling for on social media for maybe a few months, maybe a year, but it goes way before that since you wanted to fight this man. How far back and why?
I've been wanting to fight this guy pretty much since I came into Bellator, because in my part of the world, he's kind of a legend. He fought back in my home country back in '04. So I've seen this guy come up, and I always wanted to test myself against him, and he's here. He's kind of a legend from where I'm from, so I got the fight, and I'm happy for that.
We know you've got incredible jiu-jitsu skills and submission skills. We also know you are a fan of Mickey Ward and the likes of James Toney and Arturo Gatti. Does that give us a sense of what kind of fight we can expect tonight in a performance from you?
I don't know, really. I'm going to go out there and take what the fight gives me, and, you know, if it's got to be a stand-up war, then that's what we got to do, and if we end up on the ground, then that's what we do. Like, I'm going to take it as it comes.
We look forward to seeing you inside the cage in Dublin tonight. Thanks, Mads.
Mads telling Aiden there that he has wanted to fight Daniel Weichel for years now. What do you think about what we heard from Mads?
Look, I've trained with Mads Burnell. He's one of the best guys I've ever trained with on the ground. He's very fluid in his transitions. He's very good at stuffing people's submissions. He is phenomenal on the ground. He got away from that a little bit and started becoming more of a boxer. He got more into just inside leg kicks and then coming back up with the boxing. He's got to get back to utilizing all of his tools, because he is a very dangerous fighter everywhere when he puts it together.
I did think of one thing I'm not going to say during the main card. We did talk about your 45th birthday earlier today. There was a small, very important human in your life who said, oh, look, you have a glitter in your hair. Laura will send it back down to you. It looks good, Josh. It looks good.
All right, well, Josh was looking for bars. Josh was looking for bars earlier. Coming up, we're going to see Mansour Barnaoui in action. But first, this.
Hey, Bellator Nation, follow us across a large array of digital platforms and stay up to date on everything you need to know. Like us on the Bellator Facebook page and see exclusive videos. Follow us and get instant updates on Twitter at Bellator MMA and get a chance to have your tweet live on the broadcast. See amazing pictures on Instagram at Bellator MMA. Join Bellator Nation today.
The new Bellator MMA app is here. New look, new features, new fights. Watch live weigh-ins and prelims, share your fight picks, earn points and badges as you rank up to the heavyweight division, and stay up to date on events, rankings, and news. For all of the latest features, download the new Bellator MMA app. Available on the Apple Store and Google Play.
The Bellator cage has landed.
Bellator MMA, Eblin versus Edwards, live today at 4.
And we cannot wait to see you at 4 Eastern on Showtime this Saturday. What's today, September 23rd, I think? I have no idea. We've just been over here having a good time in Dublin, Ireland. This is our main card coming up tonight. Want to highlight the third fight of the night. Ireland's own number 4 ranked featherweight Sinead Kavanagh going up against still undefeated Sarah Collins. Josh, we saw Sinead earlier this week, and she is so pumped up for this fight. She's coming off back-to-back wins, but you get Sarah Collins, and she is so dangerous on the ground. She's still undefeated, and you said if she can get Sinead to the ground, Sinead's in trouble.
Yeah, but Sinead's been doing very well in working on her takedown defense, also working to the body shots. When you work to the body shots, it keeps those grapplers loyal to their hands, kind of T-Rex arms, because they don't want to lift their elbows. And Sinead Kavanagh has been dynamite with the body shots, and she's going to have to use those body shots to set up the head shots to try to get that finish and the knockout like she's done before in the past. But Collins, She's just good everywhere. She's got to get into that clinch. Her stand-up is what she's going to have to utilize to close that distance. She can't afford to stand too long, but she's going to utilize that stand-up to get in there, close the distance, get to the clinch, and use that judo to get this fight to the ground and get to the submission.
Let me ask you this about Sinead. I mean, she was so keyed up when we talked to her, but she said, in my past fights, she's very, very aggressive, and she gets so excited, and that aggression comes out. She says, sometimes I think I need to dial it back. Does she need to dial it back in this one?
No, she doesn't need to dial it back. She needs to have output, but what she can't do is what you mean by aggressive is she can't outreach. She doesn't want to be out there reaching too much and leaving herself open to be body locked and clinched and then taken down. So she's got to pick and choose her shots, keep her at the end of her punches, and if she's able to do that, she can have a successful night. She's got to frustrate Collins. She can frustrate her by just keeping her at the end there, just like this.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Get away
just
from
like
me, man.
that.
It's like a kid. Don't touch me.
It'll be successful. She'll be successful tonight.
I'm not touching you. Okay, yes, she will be. We're so excited to see Sinead Kavanagh. She has a special song picked out for this crowd in Ireland. They're going to go absolutely nuts for her. Sarah Collins told us, though, I get tunnel vision, though, when I walk in that cage. Says it doesn't bother her at all. We'll have more prelim action after this.
It's the biggest event of the year, October 7th from San Diego, California, Bellator 300. The promotion celebrates its most stacked show ever with an unheard of 4 world championship fights. Reigning heavyweight champion Ryan Darth Vader puts his belt on the line against the #1 ranked Linton Big Swarm Vassell. Then Chris Cyborg is back in action to defend her featherweight strap against top-ranked Alpha Kat Zingano. Undefeated lightweight title holder Usman Nurmagomedov takes on Brent Primus in the World Grand Prix semifinals. The winner, who's one step closer to the $1 million cash prize. And flyweight champion Liz Carmouche faces former champ and training partner Alima Lay McFarland in a battle at 125. Then, November 17th from Chicago, Yaroslav Amosov returns to defend his welterweight belt against the ass-kicking machine, Jason Jackson. Bantamweight champ Sergio Pettis and recent Grand Prix winner in the bantamweight division, Tachi No Love Mix, fight to see who's best at 135 pounds. And Alexander Shabli meets Patricky Pitbull in the semis of the lightweight World Grand Prix. Bellator MMA, where warriors rule.
I'm ready for battle, I'm ready to fight. This is my legacy, this is my right.
The Bellator cage has landed.
Fear my roar. I am a soldier. Ready for war. Oh my God! I'm taking what's mine, I'm taking what's mine. Ready to come.
Bellator MMA, Eblin versus Edwards, live today at 4.
Crowd here at 3 Arena, Dublin, Ireland, the calm before the storm, because this crowd gets as amped as any crowd in combat sports. And we are coming up on a very critically important matchup here on the preliminary portion of Bellator 299. You have Mansour Barnawi, who was just bounced out of the lightweight World Grand Prix by ex-champion Brent Primus, trying to maintain his #9 ranking against the young upstart J.J. Wilson, who is 9-1 overall, 8-1 in the Bellator cage.
He'll now be making his way to the cage, the Maori kid, J.J. Wilson.
So J.J. Wilson hoping to reverse the fortunes of American Top Team. And again, American Top Team very much the focal point of this card, with Johnny Eblin in the main event. Sabaho Masi coming up. We saw Levon Chokley, of course, known as the ATT Hunter. But talk about J.J. Wilson, not so much with the camp and the experience, but where he is mentally, because this kid's been through it in his life, losing his sister to suicide, has weight training issues. He's a young kid still trying to figure it out. But oh yeah, he's also a professional mixed martial artist.
Yeah, but he is new with AT&T. And when you look at him at ATT, it's a matter of he now has people in coaching and in partners for him to train with. And he believes and is telling him how good he is. So it's not only that, oh, I know I'm good. Now he's got other people telling him how good he is. And he's going up against guys that are world champions and doing well and going, you know what, I belong.
Yes. ATT, a pressure cooker, the proverbial Shark Tank with so much success under the likes of Mike Brown, King Mo, and J.J. Wilson looking for his second consecutive win. Bounced back from his first loss to Gaji Ramadanov with a win over Vladimir Tokov. It was a split decision, though, last October. Would like a more emphatic performance, but my God, is he in tough against one of the more creative players you will see on the ground in Mansour Barnaoui.
And now making his way, the Afro Samurai, Mansour Barnaoui.
They say it's your birthday. Well, Mansour Barnaoui, they say it tonight a lot, actually, here at Bellator 299.
There's a lot of birthdays.
Yeah, we're going to keep saying it because Mansour Barnaoui turned 31 back on September 20th. So again, starting his 30s and looking to again remove the stain of that defeat against Brent Grimace in the World Grand Prix. What a fight that was. And again, he came into Bellator, a globetrotter, this raw warrior who went into tournaments and thrived and really is, I can't say it enough, someone who takes the ground game super seriously and is super intelligent.
Boy, he is so good on the ground, but it's his length. He is incredibly long, and he uses his clinch game well. He brings knees up.
Which usually doesn't speak well, though, for people on the ground with that wet length, and that's what makes him so unorthodox
but that's
and
why
creative.
he can lock things up at times. But again, J.J. Wilson is a phenomenal grappler, too. So this is the second time in a row that Barnaoui is going to go against someone that can match him in that grappling area.
But a huge gulf in experience. Barnaoui's 26th professional fight, Wilson's 11th professional fight. But when you talk to the 26-year-old Wilson, he'll tell you these are exactly the types of fights he got into fighting for.
Well, we talk about confidence is key, and if there's one thing when you're looking at J.J. Wilson as a young man, he is super confident.
The eyes say it all.
Our teletape for this lightweight, 20-5 for Mansour Barnaoui, a man that has won tournaments in other organizations, world champion against the 9-1 J.J. Wilson. Does that experience make a factor in this fight?
Here's Michael C. Williams.
And for all those joining us live on BBC iPlayer throughout the UK, we welcome you to Dublin, Ireland, here inside the 3 Arena. Our prelims move now to the lightweight division. Set for 3 5-minute rounds, introducing the blue corner. At 5'11", weighing in 156 pounds even, nearly perfect as a professional. 9 victories, just 1 loss. Out of Auckland, New Zealand, JJ, the Maori Kid Wilson. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 155.2 pounds, ranked at number 9. He enters with 20 professional victories, 5 defeats, fighting out of Paris, France, the Afro Samurai, Mansour Barnaoui. And your referee, once again, Mark Goddard.
Barnaoui has won 8 of his last 9 fights. J.J. Wilson returning after a year on the shelf. Said he had a bad neck injury. Has recovered and now working with ATT, looking to make it 2 in a row. Tough assignment against Mansour Barnaoui, and the questions will begin to be answered, John, with the opening of the round. Immediate level change by Wilson. Interesting, trying to take Barnaoui to the mat first, but Barnaoui turning it around, has the body lock employed momentarily.
Barnaoui did a nice job with the jab to get J.J. Wilson to want to get into that clinch, and then he changed it up. This is where Barnaoui does great work. Big time with the elbows and the knees. There comes the knee.
Incredible battle already for positioning. Knee to the midsection by Wilson, creating some distance, but putting all of his weight pressure on Barnaoui. Barnaoui looking to pummel, and again, the level change by Wilson, well defended thus far by Barnaoui, but both expending energy.
And that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm looking right now.
Oh, high amplitude takedown.
Nice takedown by J.J. Wilson. J.J. Wilson really putting a lot of pressure on Barnawi, but that does express a lot of energy, and he's got to remain calm in the cage.
Wilson growing up in Auckland, New Zealand.
And one of the things that we saw when Barnawi first came to Bellator against Adam Piccolotti, his ability to make a sweep on a very good black belt like Adam Piccolotti.
Wow,
he did great work. Here you see J.J.
Right
Wilson
mount.
going to mount. Beautifully done by J.J.
Smooth transition to mount by Wilson. Remember, he used to cut to 145. He's facing one of the bigger lightweights, and maybe there's the case in point. Barnawi able to explode, use the fence, and the bigger of the two fighters now in top position. So immediately, Barnawi turns the tables on Wilson.
Barnawi took that cage and cage walked right over.
A good elbows from the bottom by Wilson, setting up a submission attempt, looking for the triangle.
Not quite there. You can take a look at where his legs are at, but he's got a good position at turning this over. Barnawi is not being really choked at this point, but it's in a position where he's got to figure out, how do I get out right now?
In his 5 losses, Barnawi has never been finished.
Oh, we saw it when he fought against Brent Primus. It was a back and forth battle.
Speaking of back and forth.
Yeah, exactly. These two are like just going crazy on the ground right now. Beautiful scrambles back.
Amen, John. Amen. Great scrambles, high-level technique of what we expected of these two lightweights. Different points of their careers, but in many ways in the same. We had Barnawi, much anticipated debut, didn't go the way he wanted, but right now, going to work from the back of J.J. Wilson, who again has recovered from adversity.
Now he's into the figure 4.
Body triangle employed by Barnawi. Is he going to look for a twist?
You were looking at that arm. Was he even going to try to bring it behind?
Man, we've seen so much good stuff on the ground so far tonight. Why not?
And this right here is where J.J. Wilson really just wants to stay calm to all this good work he's done, and now he's finding himself with Barnawi on his back. Just has got to relax and think of his defense and work his way out of the position. Putting that foot to the ground is the right thing for JJ to do. Now he has to try to turn himself inside of that figure 4.
Well defended by Wilson. The hand grappling, but carrying the weight of Barnawi. Barnawi delivering some shots from the back to the jaw of Wilson. Wilson delivering some blind back elbows. Now wing blocking. Minute and a half gone in, or left in this opening round. It began with a takedown by Wilson, and now the crank. Good escape again, and Wilson showing initiative, but it leads to Barnawi now controlling from his back for the majority of the round.
Barnawi has been on the back for a while right now, and the one thing that J.J. Wilson really needs to keep from doing is giving that self where he's putting his face down to the mat.
Under a minute left here in the opening round. Barnawi continues to work from the back, employing the body triangle, trying to snake his arm under the chin of Wilson. Wilson defending well and looking to either reverse his fortunes or ride out the round and regroup in the second stanza. 30 seconds left in the first.
Saw Barnawi real quick trying to go for a short choke there. He just keeps on moving himself back and forth at little things. He's looking for that one mistake by J.J. Wilson.
And Barnawi knows a thing or two about rear naked chokes. He has 11 on his resume, but there's the escape. Now into top position goes J.J. Wilson. So Wilson earning some confidence at the end of the round, sending a message here with some ground and pound as the round ends. Good stuff here. What a fight. The hunger on display, and you see both fighters working their game plans, John, and each having their moments, although Barnawi controlled the majority of the round from Wilson's back. Control being the operative word.
I think you said the whole thing. Both fighters having their moments, and they both did have their moments. It's a matter of one thing you got to look at with Barnawi.
An intense opening 5 minutes, and Mansour Barnaoui now opens up with the long jab, and that's the strike that he'll try to possess, John, looking at range, controlling the distance, but Wilson firing back, and now from southpaw stance.
Wilson doing a good job with his stand-up, landing the shots off of Barnaoui. He's countering those shots. Beautiful.
Beautiful Harigoshi.
Beautiful Harigoshi by J.J. Wilson to get the top position. Now we're going to see if he can stay there.
And you have the half butterfly hook in there by Barnaoui. And again, Barnaoui, John, a guy who's, you don't want to be on your back, but he's a guy that knows all of the tricks and all of the codes to solve the puzzles. But again, against a guy like Wilson, always have to be on your P's and Q's.
You do, but we saw when he was against Adam Piccolotti, who's a beautiful jiu-jitsu practitioner, black belt, he was able to get the sweeps, and we saw him immediately get the sweep with J.J. Wilson. So this is a great position for J.J. He needs to take his time, and there goes that turning.
The sweep, with beautiful turn, but right into the omoplata by Wilson.
Very nicely done by J.J. Wilson. Still in a position where Barnaoui can come out in the top, though. J.J.'s got to try to figure out, how am I going to turn that body over now? He's got the omoplata. Try to stay with it. There you go. You see Barnaoui starting to step over. JJ's trying to hold that position. And JJ's not going to, I don't believe he's going to try to use this as a submission, but he's going to try to get to the top position.
And you are right on the money, John, as he does exactly that into side control. Wilson with 4 submission wins, 3 rear naked chokes and an armbar, but now controlling from side control on Barnaoui. So right into the full mount, John. First round we had Barnaoui in dominant position, and now Wilson. And look at the scrambles, my man.
It's just back and forth. These guys
Where's
are going
the bacon with these scrambles? 2 minutes gone here in the second. And we are seeing a grappling clinic on display by Barnaoui and Wilson.
JJ in a position for the arm bar. I don't know if he's going to be able to extend enough to put pressure on that arm, but he can always go into that transition, arm bar to triangle. You see, that's what Barnaoui is doing, locking his arm in there to keep that arm bar from being employed.
His last submission win for Wilson was via armbar, but it was back in January of 2020 against Mario Navarro at Bellator 238. So it's been a while, and here against Barnaoui. Barnaoui looking to put pressure on him, try to deliver some maybe slicing elbows across the face of Wilson. Trying to pull that arm out.
He's got it out.
Yeah.
But there you go to that triangle transition.
Dogged determination for J.J. Wilson.
And that's exactly what he needs to do, Mauro. He has to continue to put these type of attacks.
Beautiful.
Look at what occurs when you become offensive.
Wow, swivel right into the hooks.
Great move by J.J. Wilson. He just absolutely continues to keep being an offensive fighter, looking for his moment.
The BJJ black belt J.J. Wilson began training jiu-jitsu 10 years ago. At the age of 16, he's competed in jiu-jitsu tournaments. So when you look at the experience edge for Barnaoui, Wilson beginning to impose his will more and more on the proceedings, John.
Right now, he's doing a fantastic job of holding position. These guys are, as Josh Allen, 2 ferrets fighting on the ground, just back and forth, rolling through.
And there is another roll through. Now it's Wilson looking for the arm. Well defended by Barnaoui. Just over a minute left in the second round. And there's elbows from the bottom.
Une minute pour son tape-le. Attention à la clé. Tape fort, tape fort. Tape fort.
More elbow, another elbow from the bottom, and finally Barnaoui starting to deliver some ground and pound. Not a lot behind the shots, and it's more Wilson delivering these elbows from the bottom, John.
Right now, you're always looking at the person on top's got more power, but Wilson has got more volume coming from the bottom, but he's had the better round. Here he is attacking again. Not really anything there, but he's looking to be offensive, looking to attack, and putting Barnaoui in a position he's got to defend.
One of the best displays of ground technique in MMA I've seen in a while, John, inside the Bellator MMA cage on both parts. And these two combined 35 professional fights. Neither has ever been finished. Both of them looking for finishes here in what has been a tremendous opening 10 minutes. And it still ends with Gourney on top.
Take a look at that beautiful hard gauche by J.J. Wilson, just getting the top position. That was beautifully done. And then lands the elbow right as they settle into position. And then all the offensive attacks. Looks for the arm lock here. He's got that extended. You see him go. You see him putting pressure on that. Gourney has to react. He has to give position, and JJ, instead of trying to hold on to a submission that's going to end up being defended, he moves to the top position. That's absolutely high fight IQ by JJ Wilson.
How do you have it after 2 rounds, Mr. McCarthy? And
I have this fight even. I have JJ Wilson winning that second round. I have Gourney, I believe, won the first one, so this is up for grabs. Who wants it more?
And in terms of when you break down the tape, and of course every fight is different, what is the one area you'd like to see each fighter perhaps try to impose more, knowing that that might be smart against their opponent?
I don't think I can ask for anything more from either fighter. They have given everything in this. More on the ground, but it's just been fantastic. Look right now. Guys they're standing right here in the box, just going after each other in the stand-up, and on the ground it's been incredible.
Oh, nice straight left cross there by Wilson. We've seen limited action in terms of the stand-up, and so here they are now. They go from putting on a ground display, and now they're exchanging strikes in the center of the cage.
Both with beautiful right hands landing.
And there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by Wilson. Has Gourney along the fence. Gourney trying to flash the jab, but it's Wilson picking up momentum and beginning to flow, John.
Beautiful left hook landed by JJ. He's starting to feel that range. You see how he's standing in the pocket.
Got caught with the right hand, but then he counters Gourney with the left and hits him with a kick. Misses with the uppercut. Lands the left hand.
But more, you can look. Gourney doesn't have the power right now that JJ Wilson is landing with. JJ's landing the bigger shots.
And there's the IQ, John. Level change. Takedown secured. Wilson securing the takedown here in the final round. 1.5 minutes gone, and he has the, well, statistical advantage in terms of total strikes thrown and landed, and now 3 for 4 in the takedown department, John. But as we've seen, scrambles have been the story of the fight.
Oh, the ground game has been the predominant positioning of both of these guys, and they both have done just beautiful work on the ground. But right now, J.J. Wilson is starting to take over in this fight. He was winning the stand-up. He gets the takedown. Now he's in the top position and landing heavy ground and pound.
Gourney used the cage earlier in the fight to sweep, and now in close proximity again with those long limbs. But Wilson putting on the pressure, and again the pace through 10 minutes has been frenetic, and an opportunity here now. Wilson maybe looking for a moment to try to improve position, but being locked down at the moment by Gourney.
Also looking for a moment to grab some air, because they have been going just like what you're talking about.
And
there's
another
that sweep. You can see J.J. Wilson looking for the clock to see, oh my God, how much time is left? I just got put on the bottom. I have to attack.
And that, again, also IQ. Knowing your spatial awareness and knowing what's going on in all forms of the fight, John.
You know, we talked about, look at, right now you see him Gourney with an arm race. He's got that, he had that right arm trapped. But we talked about in the beginning, does the experience of Gourney in all of those fights compared to what J.J. Wilson's been in? Here comes the arm attack.
Had the honor of being in Japan for Bushido 6, Luis Acevedo, Luis Firmino, who put on one of the great early grappling clinics in MMA. And John, tonight, these two are serving it up here. 1.5 minutes left in the fight.
Gourney trying to bring this fight back to his domain.
landed some good elbows in that ground and pound attack.
But man, you look at the strikes, the stats here in the third round. Gourney trying to make up for lost time because he's been badly outstriked according to our totals, but trying to make the most of it here, John, with less than a minute remaining in the fight. Wilson still looking for the submission from the bottom. Gourney making the looking to make him pay.
He's looking to land big elbows. Wilson really needs to go after getting himself either in a position to reverse the position or get himself back to his feet. Wow, that's exactly what he's doing right now. You see he's attacking the left arm right now. There's a Kimura grip on the left arm, and he's going after it. Now he's got it open for that arm lock. Beautifully done by J.J. Wilson.
Incredible display.
Good defense.
And there's Wilson looking to close the show with less than 30 seconds left. Hyperextending Gourney's arm. Gourney's never been finished. High drama in Dublin. And the
Gourney's trying to use his foot to push those hands off of his arm. It's nasty right there.
Remember Ronda Rousey, Misha Tate, and now it's J.J. Wilson. The clock is going to run out. What a fight, and Dublin standing up and cheering. An incredible display of MMA skills, and regardless of who won this fight, both of their stock has skyrocketed here tonight, John.
I don't think there's a doubt of who won that fight, but we'll find out. I'm not the judge, but what a performance.
In general,
You're right.
we know who won it, but
Absolutely.
what a performance
You
by
are
both
so
fighters.
right.
But J.J. Wilson salted it away with that submission attempt there in the third round. And again, call me jaded being in the sport for so long, combat sports. You just never know. We think we know who won the fight,
This is
John.
it.
We have been badly burned in the past. Let's look at this action.
Here comes when JJ, you see him putting that thumb up. He wants to get the thumb up so he can put pressure in hyperextending. You see Gourney is in pain, and he tries to work. He does kick the head, trying to free those hands. JJ goes back to work, trying to force that thumb up. You see him trying to hyperextend that arm again. It was close, and Gourney put up with a lot of pain to not tap out. That was a beautiful exhibition by both men.
26-year-old J.J. Wilson, again, remember we talked about him cutting down to 145, has had weight issues, but a new lease on his life, joining American top team and going move for move, technique for technique, scramble for scramble, sweep for sweep with a guy who is highly credentialed in Mansour Gourney. We'll find out who the winner is from Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your three judges at cage side. Ben Cartledge, Dave Peabody, Sal D'Amato. All have it exactly the same at 29-28. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. The Maori Kid, J.J. Wilson.
A coming out party for the Maori Kid, J.J. Wilson, who just beat a man with more than twice his experience, and he improves to 10-1, and he's standing by with Big John.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with your winner, J.J. Wilson. That was an incredible back and forth battle. The ground techniques, the submission attempts, the stand-up when you were hitting him up in the third round up against the cage. The best performance of your career. How are you feeling?
I feel amazing. First of all, I want to say, Ireland, stand the fuck up, baby, let's go. I'm feeling amazing. American top team has improved my game so much. I want to say a big thank you to King Mo, who wasn't able to come here, but he improved my game. Same as Steve Marco, Diego, and Mike Brown. They've improved me so much.
I talked at the beginning about your confidence level and how confident you were now since you were with ATT and the training and the guys that you were able to go against. How is that making you feel when you step in this cage?
I feel like once I'm in here, like nobody can stop me, you know, because I'm training with the best in the world. And whoever they put me up against here, it's not harder than a Tuesday sparring at the gym, you know.
taking a look at the man that you just beat, he has been a tournament winner. This guy is phenomenal. He's been a world champion. Who is it you should be facing next in this cage?
You know, if I was in the Grand Prix, I would have been able to fight Mansour first, and next would have been Usman, the champ. So, you know, I'm looking for the top. I'm aiming for the top. Whoever they want to give me the champion, I'm here.
Sounds good to me. Unbelievable performance. Ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet and give it up for J.J. Wilson.
J.J. Wilson with a breakthrough performance, being congratulated by the coaching staff at American Top Team. Just a top-tier performance tonight from the Maori Kid. And a shout-out to Vancouver's lover boy, Amanda. The Maori Kid is hot tonight.
It really is, Murrow. Look, you see all those guys there from American Top Team. One guy who also trains at American Top Team on our main card tonight, the champ, the middleweight world champ, Johnny Eblen, putting his belt on the line yet again, this time going up against #1 ranked Fabian Edwards. Josh, I had a chance. Mike Brown's here. You heard JJ talk about him. I went to ATT. I got to talk to Mike Brown, who is one of Johnny's coaches, and he said, I think, and mind you, fighters from all over the world go to American Top Team. He said, I think Johnny Eblen is the best middleweight in the world. A lot of people think that. Fabian Edwards definitely doesn't think that. Going into this fight, where can you find an advantage for each guy?
Well, Johnny Eblen he's dynamic in so many different areas, and what makes him special is that he chains everything together. It's seamless on how he goes from his striking to his wrestling. And so when he's fighting good stand-up guys, it doesn't matter what promotion he's in, okay? He fights a good stand-up guy, he finds a way to systematically pick you apart. Fabian Edwards is that fighter who has great stand-up. He's very fluid. He's got good takedown defense. But Fabian Edwards is someone who's got power when he wants it. He just can't afford to settle. His losses came because he just felt comfortable in there and kind of cruised, saying, I should be beating these guys, but I'm not. I'll get it. He ran out of time. Whereas Johnny Eblen is someone who pushes the pace, utilizes his cardio. He makes it, he weaponizes it. And that's what he's going to look to try to do against Fabian Edwards
And
tonight.
these two have gotten into it all week. They've been circling each other for months. Some decent trash talking going on. Maybe not Danny Sabatello level, but some decent trash talking.
Not many are at that level, by the way.
Yeah, that is our main event. Let's talk about our co-main event, though. Aaron Pico, and I want to remind people, he's going up against Pedro Carvalho, but this is what happened last October going up against Jeremy Kennedy. He hurt that shoulder. You know, ultimately, I don't think that helps. But here's the thing. So he had to stop that fight. He had to get surgery, a lot of time off. And then his next fight, Bagak, it was a last-minute opponent. It wasn't the guy that he necessarily wanted. So going up against Pedro Carvalho, this is a huge test for Aaron Pico.
Yeah, I tore my shoulder out as well, and I came back within 5 months and won a world title. Aaron Pico has the same drive. He was back even sooner than that, had a great performance against Gonzalez. I know that wasn't the opponent he was planning to fight, but that's what happens in the game. Now this is his next step up in competition to put him one step closer to a title shot. I'm looking for him to come out on fire and basically just show everyone that he's here to stay now, and he's there in that top title contention. With Aaron Pico, what he's got to do tonight, though, is he's got to let the body shots go to set up the big shots to the head. He's going to utilize his boxing, but Pedro Carvalho is going to have to make it dirty and grimy. He's going to have to get in there in that clinch. He's going to have to make it inside leg kicks, body shots, head shots, all of those things. And Pedro's hoping that Pico makes a mistake in some of the combinations and transitions and overextends himself so he can get to some sort of submission. Because taking Aaron Pico down is not going to be it's not going to be available. Aaron Pico's level of wrestling is one match away from making the Olympic team. He is that guy. So Pedro Carvalho is going to have to make it dirty and grimy, and hopefully Pico makes a mistake. But one thing that Pedro Carvalho doesn't lack is confidence.
No, not, and this crowd's going to be on his side because I want to remind you, he's from Portugal, but he trains here in Dublin. He lives here part-time, so they absolutely love him. Aaron Pico in the house, showed up looking sharp, maybe putting you to shame. Aiden caught up with him backstage. Let's take a listen.
Thanks, guys. Look at this guy, the best-dressed man in the building tonight, Aaron Pico. It's almost fight time. You're going to have to get changed pretty soon. How are you feeling about tonight, going up against what many will consider the hometown hero here, Pedro Carvalho?
Yeah, I mean, the butterflies are in formation. I said my prayers. I called my mom. Everything is good. Now I got to go out there and perform. So I feel calm and go out there and do my job.
The closer you get to this title shot, does that bring extra pressure?
Well, yeah, this next fight has nothing to do with the title right now. I'm just solely focused on Pedro, and of course, in my future, I would love to fight for the title, but we're going to focus on the task at hand, and that's to get a victory tonight, then fight for the title, absolutely.
We know how tenacious and talented you are. What gives you the edge tonight?
Well, I think my overall MMA experience is getting good. My cardio, my pressure, my wrestling, my striking. But make no mistake, Pedro is a tough opponent. He's had a lot of fights. And as long as I stay smart and execute my game plan, it's going to be a good night for us.
Today is an extra special day for you. You win tonight, you celebrate, and you also celebrate your birthday. Happy birthday. How will you celebrate?
Honestly, I'm going to go out there and win. And then I want to get home. I want to see my son. I haven't seen him in a few days. So I'll celebrate my birthday, ride some horses with my son, and enjoy this victory.
Sounds terrific. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Aaron Penco, a single father to his 2-year-old son, Valentino, and he's so mature for his age. His 27th birthday today. And look, I don't know if he normally shows up in a suit, but he's showing up in a suit now. What do you think about this version of Aaron Penco? You've known him since he was a kid.
He normally does show up in a suit, and I'm going to have to agree with you. I concede. He definitely looked better than me.
Yeah, he does.
Having children will mature you real fast, and I think he understands that, and he's someone that takes everything very serious, whether it was his wrestling career, his MMA career, and obviously being a father. It's important to him, and he's a very present father, and he wants to make sure that is something that he's through his whole life with his son. And I love that. I love seeing that about him. I've known him since he was young. Let's say almost 14 years old, 13, 14 years old.
You're
so I've
aging
seen
yourself
him come
again.
up. I know I am aging myself. But I've seen him come up throughout his wrestling career and also his MMA career. And he's had his ups and downs, but he's very focused.
He is, absolutely. That is our co-main event tonight. For the last prelim of the night, we'll send it back down to Ronaldo.
All right, Amanda, thank you very much. Getting ready for one of the more special entrances in combat sports. Local favorite Peter Queally, former lightweight title challenger, moving up to welterweight and welcoming Daniele Michelli of Italia to the Bellator cage.
On his way now to the cage, this is Daniele, the cyborg Michelli.
And while this is also a special walk for Mr. Michelli because it is his first fight in Bellator MMA, I was, of course, referring to Peter Quilly's walk, which we'll get into it later on. But Michelli, who was 2-fight winning streak, he's won 5 of his last 7 fights and is won back-to-back fights via shoulder choke and a rear naked choke. So another guy who knows a thing or two about submissions. 6 of his 11 wins have come via tap out. He does have 1 TKO win, but that was back in 2015, John.
Well, you can just go off of his last 10 fights when you watch him fight. He steps into the cage to kill or be killed. He just goes after you. He is a brawling style of stand-up. He's got a good ground game. He's a brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so he's got submissions. He's got some wrestling. Sometimes he tries to be more entertaining than fight IQ-wise, but you know what? That's what makes him fun to watch.
And he's looking for a better result this time. It's been over 7 years since he was in the Bellator cage. He was knocked out in the first round by Daniele Scatizzi in the battle of the Danieles. The Daniele duel, Mr. McCarthy.
You should know all about that with Italiano.
But again, I'm a hypersensitive guy to begin with, John, but the Goosebumps have goosebumps experiencing that for the first time as an unofficial anthem here in Ireland, and a poster boy for the Fighting Irish spirit here with Peter Queally, who is, again, moving up to 170 pounds, did vie for the vacant lightweight championship, but looking to really make the hometown folks happy, make them proud that they came and supported him. And yet, John, you never want to look at the negative, but here's a guy with the back against the wall. 3 consecutive losses, but it's still in him, that fight.
The fight isn't, and the one thing I think it's a good thing. The weight cut was killing him, and the speed of the lightweights is more than the speed of the welterweights. I think Peter Queally's going to be a better fighter tonight as a welterweight.
One of the most passionate fan bases in combat sports here, 3 Arena, Dublin, Ireland, as they salute Peter Queally. And John, take us through the numbers, the tail of the tape for our final preliminary fight of the night at Bellator 299.
Yeah, and you can take a look at 74.5 to 72. It doesn't seem like much, but Peter Queally's very good at controlling range, and Daniele needs to get inside of that range of Peter Queally.
All right, here with the official introductions, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come at tonight's prelims here at Bellator 299. To close it down, we'll do it with 3 5-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Introducing first, the blue corner. At 5'7", weighing in 170.2 pounds. His professional record, 11 wins, 5 losses from La Mezzia Terme, Calabria, Italia, Danelli, the cyborg, Michelli. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5'10", weighing in 170.2 pounds. The former world title challenger holds 13 professional victories, 8 losses, 1 draw. Proudly fighting out of Dublin, Ireland, Peter, the showstopper, Queally. And your referee in charge, Blake Rice.
So tonight, the 38-year-old Peter Queally wants to remind everyone how good he can be when he's not injured, and he told us when he can actually train. Daniele Michelli is going to try to derail the comeback train of Queally. They touch gloves, and we are underway. The first of 3 rounds in the Bellator welterweight division. And again, John, our job being made easy by the crowd here in Dublin. Oh, immediately Michelli attacking the lead leg of Queally.
Big time kick, but he also brought the second one up. It was just bad timing. I think his toe actually went into the eye of Peter Queally.
Katzengano will not want to be watching
exactly
that.
Right.
And she, of course, getting ready to challenge Cyborg at Bellator 300. Oh, here we go, though. Man, what is it?
You can watch what happens here. He gets the low kick. Takes Peter Queally off of his feet. It's well done, but then launches that where the toes just scrape by on the left eye of Peter Queally. Now, the one thing that can be done now, Morrow, is the cut man, you see him coming in the cage. He can actually work on that cut now under the unified rules to be able to stop that
how long, and how,
flow of blood.
As long as it, how long will they
the
be
5 minutes, of time that he has to take to try to see if he can clear his eye if his eye is affected.
Updates to the unified rules.
This is one of the brand new ones that just occurred, is this update of you can bring a cut man in. Now, obviously, if the doctor stops the fight, there's nothing you're going to do.
Right. Let's see if we can listen to see what the doctor and the cut man might be saying. Peter Queally looks dejected.
Still through it. It's right. He's still through it. No.
I think it's, I don't think he intended to cause that foul. He threw it. I think it was a mistake. I don't think it was an intentional foul. I'm going to go unintentional. All right, guys, this fight's over.
Referee Bryce forced to wave off the fight, John.
Okay. Yeah. Obviously, it's that Peter Queally can't see out of his eye. His eye is not opening up. You know, they were trying to look at the eye, and they couldn't even open his eye up. So you can't put a fighter back in that's one-eyed based upon, you know, a foul. That Peter Queally is crushed, and I can understand why. But this is what happens sometimes in fighting. Now you can see his eyes open there, but the doctor did not let him go on in the fight. He thinks there's injury to the eye, and that's the right thing for the doctor to do.
And after that incredible entrance, the crowd ready to enjoy a Peter Queally fight. 2 kicks is right, John.
One legal and one not.
One illegal and one slicing across his eye.
And you can see right away.
Yes, Michelli did not.
Michelli knew exactly, oh, I apologize. He stopped. It's just he was going after him. He sees the opportunity. He thinks he's starting to get up, and boom. Just slices. You know, that happened in UFC 1. If you want to go all the way back, Trent Jenkins put a cut on DeLucia, and Jason DeLucia, and you look and you go, this still happens today, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And we mentioned the Zingano situation and other fights where
Zingano against Megan Anderson,
and not with the kick, but remember Vitor Belfort, Randy Couture, the eyelid, the slice. I mean, injuries happen. Unfortunately, it's you know, cost the fans here the fight, and Peter Queally unable to continue. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, we had a kick to the head of a downed opponent. That illegal strike has been ruled unintentional. Therefore, at the time of 26 seconds into round number 1, we have a no contest.
In less than half a minute, fight is ruled a no contest. Michelli showing, you know, he's apologizing. He did not intend to, no one intended to have this happen, but, and I'm not trying to be glib by any stretch of the imagination, but man, Peter Queally with anything but the luck of the Irish recently, John, with everything that's happened with injuries and those losses, those hard losses. This is not how he anticipated a move up to 170 going tonight.
No, and he was looking to put on a performance. He talked about it, that he could not wait to get in the cage at 170 pounds and perform in front of the people that come to support him. And you can see he's got a ton. And unfortunately, you know, right at the beginning of the fight, this happens. But it's part of, you know, the sport. You don't want to put a guy who has one injured eye back in when it was done on a foul.
All right, Amanda, no contest, no bueno. Back to you at the fight desk.
No, that is not the result this crowd wanted to see. Thankfully, we have an incredible main card coming up. Josh, talk to us about that. I mean, look, he couldn't see immediately.
Yeah, I've had experience with that. I was actually training one time and got cut right on the eyelid, and there's nothing you can do about it, and there's potential of you losing kind of like your eyelid position, so the doctors have to take precaution and make sure. The fighter safety is the most important thing. It sucks for everyone in the arena. It sucks for Peter Queally. It sucks for his opponent. It's the fight game. This is what happens.
How disappointing, though, is it to train, to go through an entire camp? He was so excited to be here in front of this crowd. I mean, this has to be devastating for him.
It's very anticlimactic. It's like, I've done all the work. I'm here. I'm getting ready. And for me, it was all about, like, I'm going to get paid in 15 minutes or 25 minutes. He's still going to get paid, but it just is not what you want. You want a result. You want to say either I won or I lost. And in this scenario, it's a crap situation.
We'll wait until the next time we get to see Peter Queally. As mentioned, though, incredible main card coming up tonight, 4 Eastern on Showtime. Here are the fights you get to look forward to. The middleweight world championship. As mentioned, these two have been going at it, circling one another for months now since this fight was decided. Johnny Eblin going up against Fabian Edwards. The Irish crowd here, Josh, disappointed in what they just saw with Peter Queally. They'll be very excited to see, though, our co-main event, Pedro Carvalho, because he is from Portugal but lives here in Dublin. How exciting is this fight?
It's going to be a great fight. Aaron Pico's got to impose his will and take the center of the cage. Pedro Carvalho's got to actually do the same exact thing. So the two of these guys are going to step into the center of that cage, and they're just going to clash, and whichever one goes down first.
Our main event, Johnny Eblin going up against Fabian Edwards. Josh, when you get such anticipation, and we saw them at weigh-ins, we saw them with a stare down in Paris, and I mean, they get in each other's faces. How much does that change when you step into the cage?
It's all out the door. It doesn't make a difference because we're about to settle it. And that's the great thing about fighting is I get to settle this whole thing with my fist. And, you know, our parents told us for years we couldn't do that. Well, guess what? These two gentlemen are going to get in there, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to settle their differences with their fists and their kicks and their knees and their elbows and every other option they have on the table to do it. I'm looking forward to this fight the most because Johnny Eblin has all the tools to be, and he probably is right now, the best middleweight in the world. And you've got Fabian Edwards knocking on the door going, I'm next, and I got you. This is my time.
And he believes it. And, of course, his brother, Leon Edwards, also a world champion, is going to be in his corner tonight. Fabian cried when his brother Leon won the belt. Leon has said, I will absolutely cry if my brother wins that belt tonight. It is all coming up 4 Eastern on Showtime. We will see you there.
The Bellator cage has landed.
Bellator MMA, Eblin versus Edwards, live today at 4.
Jamie Stevenson's longest professional fight, 7 minutes, 33 seconds, and that is it. It is all over, just like that. Charlie Ward, another first-round knockout. Why are we all holding our breath right now? Anybody who watched a year ago knows. Yeah, we're holding our breath right now. See? There you go. I love it. Love it.
Poor Michael Johnson.
Poor Michael Johnson. That did not take long.
There's that jab. Left hook from Musasi. And Vanderpool was hurt early. The legs were unsteady. Looks for the takedown. This is Rory McDonald all over again. Ground to ground. Musasi. It's over. It's over. The dream catcher takes away someone else's dream. Musasi, this astonishing athlete, one of the greatest, does it again when it matters.
You got a young stud like Austin Vanderford there. Strong, powerful, fast. You saw Musasi got hit one time and then systematically just started picking it apart, hitting him with the bigger shots, and then going after him once he knew he hurt him.
Saunders dropped. Lima could not finish. This is over.
The head kick. That is it. The head kick knockout, and there is the finish for Douglas Lima. 2 welterweight tournament finals, 2 welterweight tournament victories.
Out cold once again. Tonight's Fight Clock is brought to you by the official beer of Bellator, Miller Lite. Back in its original look, it's Miller time.
McCrory in the blue trunks.
Oh, nice combination by McCrory.
Ward in the black and green trunks.
McCrory using that range, and he finishes it. A walk-away one-punch knockout, and lightning strikes for Tamden McCrory.
Ward is right in front of us. He has no idea where he is. Great stoppage by the referee. Man, didn't even break a sweat.
Jason Herzog recognized the way that Ward was falling, stepped in. McCrory saw that Ward was done, saw that he was out, and just simply admired his work and walked off.
That's the MMA version of who you trying to get crazy with. They say, don't you know I'm loco? Your psychology, your brashness doesn't help you once you're in the cage. McCrory didn't do his talking before the fight. He did it with his fists. That was a great performance. I don't care how loud you are, I'm gonna knock you out in here.
Get ready for this replay. It's brought to you by America's Navy.
This replay, look at the physical difference between Ward and McCrory. Look at that tight right hand.
Far.
But remember, he was landing it to the ribs over and over and over again. What does a great fighter do? Change it up, make it a head kick. Melvin Manoff never saw it coming.
Carvalho, to your point, Jimmy, was going low all night. The highest he went was right around to that navel. He got Melvin's eyes. We call that eyes of a fighter. He got his eyes used to one thing, and then he tricked him.
Look at that by Edwards, holding the wrist and landing the knee.
Don't see that often.
This is target practice.
Good night. That was spectacular. Fabian Edwards says, you don't know, now you know.
You're probably sick of us saying this at home, but 185 wide open, dangerous strikers in that division. Plenty of room for this guy, I'm telling you right now. That's a great performance.
We have an opportunity on this stage to make a statement. You can't make it any louder than Fabian Edwards just did.
Everybody loves the jump knee. Everybody loves a knockout like this. It was the idea that it was set up with great punching and kicking combinations. That's what stands out to me. Held the wrist, landing the knees here.
All right, so you ready? Ahmedovsky, Mane, here we go. Red gloves for Alan Ahmedovsky, blue gloves for Ewen. It is all over just like that.
I got to say a lot about that one right there. That man, I don't care what you say, he has power. Power in those hands because everybody he touches goes down.
Right by. Stitch him up, the first American to win a global combat tournament.
Oh, he's out. He's out.
It is all over, just like that. Tony Johnson by knockout. Wow.
Even when he's gone and closed the distance, everything has been about just landing his shots, not about getting to that clinch position or looking for the takedown.
Evelyn telling us that he knows that Madrid's biggest strength is his BJJ. He feels his biggest weakness is his power and takedown defense, and he could not take the power of Eblin there as Madrid goes down, and Madrid's in trouble. Madrid is finished. Johnny Eblin improving to 8-0, 4-0 in Bellator with his fourth knockout. Wow! Johnny Eblin electrifying in the Bellator MMA cage.
I got hands, baby! I got diamond fucking hands, baby!
And you are shining bright like a diamond tonight.
Take a look at this nice switch step. Throws the right, but that's left hand that touches that chin. That's what puts Daniel Madrid down. A nice clean shot by Eblin. Comes after him. Heavy ground and pound. Just tries to swing heavy shots, hammer fist down, and one touches that chin, and you see Daniel Madrid go out from that hammer fist shot. Again, watch the switch step. The right hand comes, it gets blocked, but the left hand comes through and touches that side of the jaw. That's what puts Daniel Madrid in the position where he is trying to defend. The hammer fist seal the deal.
And Eblin picks up his first finish under the Bellator MMA banner. He's 4-0 in Bellator. Dirty boxing synonymous with another NCAA division. Stands out. Good friend Randy Couture. And here you are watching Jeffrey just put the pressure on. Aguiar delivers. Elbows and knees. And Aguiar falls face first to the canvas. That's how you make a first impression in Bellator MMA. Oh, Canada. Aaron Jeffrey turning it into KO Canada.
That was very impressive. You know, at the start when I talked about the contender series, the real thing is it's that the bright lights, and you want to win so bad. And coming into this, the question was he going to have that mindset of not being nervous?
Again, Rasta who crushes the space, pinning Cotton to the fence.
It wasn't a bad idea by Romero Cotton to go for that at the time.
Absolutely not. Especially, I mean, you want that sense of urgency, and there's a double left and a right hand and another left by Rasta. Superman punch! Oh! Drops Cotton, and Dalton Rasta is 7-0 with his fourth KO! Number 8 just knocked off number 7, and in a division that has a new champion at the top, his stablemate at ATT and Johnny Eblin. Well, ATT's got another middleweight monster by the name of Dalton Rasta.
Boy, don't they? Well, they had enough monsters. I'll tell you right now, this is what I was talking about. I didn't understand how Dalton Rasta could be behind Romero Cotton. Look at that Superman punch. Beautifully executed. Romero ate it.
Bread and butter, a few kicks, but mostly punches, and he's been fighting at a pace.
And there's the biggest one so far. That one caught behind the ear, and we are done. The first shot from Sakara wobbled him, and the second one ended Brian Rogers' night.
If you wondered if Alessio Sakara still had knockout power, there is your answer. Huge shots. This crowd is rumbling. Pawing with that jab, but not unloading with it.
It was really more of a slip.
It was a slip, but this is not where he wants to be against Rampage.
And he's out! There's the stoppage on the big right hands from John McCarthy. And now look at Rampage Jackson in the face of Christian Mpumu.
Christian Mpumu is protesting, but he was out.
The sequence started on the slip, but Rampage pounced and finished with the right hand.
Short strikes, did not take any reach at all. No range, short punches put him out. Rampage still upset.
John McCarthy, as you just saw, pulling off Rampage Jackson. Still had more left for Christian Mpumu after that knockout win.
Look out for it. When you're fighting Emmanuel Newton, he walked right into it. He is still out.
Finding absolutely no success with the spinning back strikes, but it just took one.
It only takes one. Oh my God, it's over.
Jason Hassan giving the extra time, but it was never in doubt. Wow. The blue chip free agent Phil Davis is dominant. Monstrous impact in his debut, and he is next in line for a shot he'll finally get that shot at the light heavyweight world title.
Phil Davis, a dominant performance on the ground in the first round and a dominant performance on the feet.
See who takes control of this first round. Oh! There's your answer.